Hello, and welcome back to another episode of Senezal's Archivists. This week, we have Becky back with us once more, and we'll hopefully get more God stuff done. Last episode,
They all
speaking
died.
of God stuff, yeah, you all died. You went back in time, met the gods to come, or the gods to be, or the gods to whatever. Or at least those who are currently not gods yet, and they explain to you their current mission of taking down the deities currently in power to become gods themselves. Not for necessarily selfish reasons, though some of them might be a bit more inclined for power than others, but mostly because the current gods are chaotic dickheads who like to see people suffer.
Yeah.
They eventually figured that since you kind of have all the time in the world to spend in the past, that they would take you back to their base to figure out what to do from there. And after what sounded like a very heated discussion between them, they decided to help educate you guys a little bit before sending you back, and better equip you with the problems you'll have to face in the forms of the dragon weapon that is currently unleashed upon the continent. Just before we started recording, I talked a little bit about retroactively giving you guys a history check on Mist's End, since we mentioned the College of Mizendrid before, which was the Cortoro magic college. And so I figured you guys might know a little something about Mist's End in your current time, so I would go ahead and let you each roll history if you wanted to.
I don't think Remy would know anything about Mist End, so I don't think I'm gonna roll.
Probably not a whole lot.
Let's go.
I am tailoring it mostly to your actual experiences in terms of difficulty check. Both Nori and Xylia probably have heard something. Fletch, you with that, unfortunately, your DC is considerably higher than everybody else's, seeing as you lived up in a mountain.
I think that's
most of your life.
The first time in the campaign yet that a 17 has been a fail on something.
It's not exactly well known, but Nori has a past of being an adventurer, and you have a past of, well, you don't know, but your past at least has certain knowledge.
You have a past.
You have a past outside of what you currently know, anyways.
I shoot magic from places.
Yeah, both Nori and Xylia. Mizendra, or Mist's End rather, is not a super populated place. The island itself that floats up in the sky is mostly inaccessible, as the only way to actually get up there would be climb these large adamantine chains that hook it down onto the surface, which is no small feat. There have been a few adventurers who've gone up there, explored a little, and come back, and they've mostly come back with fallen texts and fallen artifacts of sorts, which is not something most people go for. It's obvious, though, that within it, from reports, that it seems to at one point have been some sort of school. The surrounding town around it still exists and seems to have existed for a long time before any form of written history that you guys know of. But it is definitely just a town. It's not like a big city or anything. And it's mostly serviced by fishing boats underneath the island itself.
Okay.
But yeah, so last time we left off, that you guys wanted to have a chat about something before you headed to bed for the night. I don't remember what that was. I know briefly. Xylia had said he wanted it.
Yeah, I remember briefly. I'm trying to remember how the last one ended. Okay, I'm gonna leave it for now because I don't want to mess it up. It's fine.
Okay. All right. In that case, I'm not gonna do a full day by day of you guys staying here. There's going to be a decent amount that happens, and I'm not really running My Hero Academia, the board game, at the moment.
Damn it.
But the next, they teach you over the next like week or two a lot of very useful information. First and foremost, each of you now know how to both speak and write Kortoro and Gyaraduin. So you're fluent in both languages. Which is pretty much all Cargone. Cargone kind of sits you guys down in the lounge and basically does like conjugations with you guys for hours on end, and explains like the grammar of both languages.
How do you spell Kotoro again?
KH, or hold on, I believe it's K. No, sorry, KOR''TORO.
Perfect, thank you.
And for those of you who understand how to speak the language, you find it remarkably similar to Elvish, if Elvish was even more pretentious.
I love it.
Damn, okay.
Zammy! After that, Valkyries would sit down with any of you who cast magic, which is really everybody but Keothi, and teach you a little bit more about arcane magic, specifically the reading and writing of it. As he explains, he goes through your book specifically, Zalia, to kind of help explain what you're doing wrong. And it's not anything that's your fault. You know, in large part, as a wizard, it's one of the things that you study, that large parts of what is known as like the arcane script is just unknown throughout the world. And so in order to make some spells work, you just have to pour more power into them. Just because you don't know how to actually properly pronounce certain like vocal components, or do the proper somatic gestures and so on and so forth. Because the arcane script is not exactly a spoken language. It's sort of a combination of like motion and vocal.
Mm-hmm.
And especially writing that down is no simple task. So he actually sits you down and teaches you the proper arcane alphabet, kind of. Nomenclature probably is the better term for it. So going forward, creating spell scrolls only costs I think it's 25 gold per level, but takes an amount of time equal to it's the same amount of time in the DMG, or not the DMG, Xanathar's. So there's a full table for it, but it's considerably cheaper now, as you need to spend far less money on the ink for it, as you can actually properly fill in the blanks.
Is that a thing that I can add somewhere?
You can. I'll write that down in like maybe a party boon handout.
Okay.
It's not a bad idea.
Who's teaching us the arcane stuff?
Valkyries.
Mr. Senezal.
My boy.
Mother, this is happening. Just sitting there.
You know me, I'm a slow typer. I can't keep up.
I'm struggling to figure out how to add the language thing, so.
I don't know how to add it either, but
go to
it's fine.
Bottom left, where it says
There's a
other
lot of
proficiencies in languages, press a plus, and then it's
Oh.
then it's
And then
already
you can
got type selected, and in proficiency you just type it in and that's it. I noticed all the language proficiency things coming up.
Everybody's typing it in.
Okay, what was the one that began with C?
K and it was Kortoro. K-O-R.
I'll write them both.
O-R-O.
I'm just spelling them all wrong.
It's okay. I only figured out how to spell Garduin because it says the ruins of Garduin.
Uraduin.
Iraduin. I spelled that a little wrong, but I'm not going to go back
Yeah,
and change it.
mine's
It's
way wrong. Okay.
Thanks.
Fantasy name.
Yeah. the
Oh no, I want to edit that. Sorry, I'm.
Thank you.
handout is now accessible.
Thanks.
So that's the spell scroll stuff. In addition to that, Zavich and Horatius would take time to give you guys some martial training. Nori and Xylia, you can consider yourselves actually proficient with simple weapons, just all around now. And both, my brain will eventually pick it up. Remy and Keothi, you guys are now proficient in firearms.
Ooh, pew pew.
Mind you, finding firearms in your time might be difficult. Especially
Savage is
working
like-
firearms.
Savage is like, and here's a gun.
I was say,
Basically.
Dick.
Remy's just like, oh boy, a gun.
Zavich also spends an inordinate amount of time hitting on Remy the entire time he's training him.
No.
I politely decline all of the time.
He's like, no, you're not holding the gun properly.
Yeah,
Massive
comes
man
behind you and-
stands behind.
Zavich isn't massive.
Oh, he's not just Horatius. Okay.
Yeah.
Very
Zav-
big boy.
Remy's probably
Zavich
way
is
too
a-
stupid to like.
Is a rather lithe Giraduan boy. With long black
Why
hair and
me?
very pretty.
He's Loki.
I mean, look, he's like the god of trickery and darkness and whatnot, so yeah, kinda, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just say a lot of it goes over Remy's head.
Oh, a lot of it would. There's a lot of innuendo involved that Remy.
He probably like goes up to Chani. He's like, "Your brother is just really nice." Like, it's crazy.
Is that a gun in your pocket or?
No, stop.
You just
You know, when I just really like to firmly grasp the bear.
Both Keothi and Remy, your strength scores. Normally the cap is 20, but with your training with Horatius, you can eventually improve your strength score to 22 at cap.
Oh.
Ooh.
As he teaches you that fighting physically doesn't necessarily mean not using magic whatsoever, as you are able to tap into the weave itself to empower your attacks. And it's definitely going to be a learning process, but something that you could probably eventually make use out of.
That's pretty huge.
Also, the entire time that he's training you, he's very hard on you. Keothi, this is not necessarily new to you because your people have never exactly been soft on you in training, but he's also like a solid foot taller and maybe 100 pounds heavier than you are. And he does not pull his punches. When he smacks you, it's all you could do not to fall flat on your ass.
Reminiscent
big
of the
boy.
waves in the dream.
Kind of, yeah.
Ooh.
Deep,
What was the
bro.
last thing? Two more things. Nori, after about a week of testing, which involves a lot of hooking you up to machines that you have no idea what the fuck they are, occasionally taking blood from you and having you test out your magic occasionally, Valkyries sits you down sort of privately. Steeples
shit.
his hands together and he's like,
And then we
happening.
kiss. No, I'm kidding. Go ahead.
I'm not gonna. I've been waiting all week to see where this goes.
I figured out your magic to an extent, as much as anyone can figure out any other person's direct affinity with magic. And I have two options for you. One of them is one that you've already started yourself, Shinov has begun a process with you to eventually allow you mastery over this chaotic power that you've picked up from, we'll call him Big L, or Big K, sorry.
Okay.
But it will be a long process, and it will be up to you to maintain that control. The other option is I can use my own magic to effectively tear that source from you. It will not be comfortable. It will not be fun for either of us, but I can do it. You would become solely capable of working magic through Shinov. Your attachment to the weave will otherwise be completely destroyed.
Right. Well, that second option sounds like it's gonna hurt a lot.
It will. There's no risk of you dying from it, but it's not going to be pleasant.
Is that like, would it be an immediate thing, or would it be like an after I go back thing, or?
As soon as I complete the procedure and the spell, it would be immediate. You would never again be able to access those powers again, but at the same time, they would no longer have any sway over you.
That disrupt or anger Big K?
Not in this time. By the
Yeah,
time
but
you
when
go
I
back, it'll be too late. And he can't do
Okay.
anything then.
Mm.
And okay. So it would just be gone. Like it would just be like not there anymore, and I'd only have what Shinov's given me.
I think the void would fill in rather quickly in terms of your power with Shinov, but it would still take a little bit for you to get back in tune with your powers properly.
What happens to you? You said it wasn't gonna be.
Don't worry about it. I can deal with it.
No, that's not how that works.
Like I said, it's just not pleasant. It's going to be very uncomfortable and honestly a little bit scarring, but that's what it is. I don't mind.
Okay. This is a
You don't need to
big.
make a decision right now. We can-
Yeah.
But obviously before you go home.
Yeah. Let me sleep on it.
Okay.
What do you? It's frustrating because Jano's not here. Because I feel like I could, like talk with her and be like, hey, I don't know. Because I don't know. I met her and she was like, hey, don't lie. Don't use bad language and like, don't be so crazy. But she didn't like tell me.
I'll be honest, those first two things just sound like her preferences. That last one, though, probably has a bit more to do with the chaotic nature of your powers.
Okay. So if I keep them, I'll always be tied to Big K though, right? Like there's no, or are you saying that eventually
The power will always stem from him. There's no way around that. But it's what you do with the power that makes the difference.
yeah, I need to sleep on it.
That's fair.
Thank you for working on this.
Mhm.
And finding a solution. Appreciate it. It's a weird concept to be told that something is going to be ripped from me and then eventually filled back in with something else.
That's exactly what it is, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's kind of scary. I thought it was gonna be like a swapperoonie, like. Okay, yeah, it's a little less chill. All right.
It's not exactly your soul, but it's in essence a part of you. I can't it's not as simple as surgically removing it, because it's interlaced with your entire being.
I keep it, and I know you may not know because that's like future state, right? But like with what Chenov's trying to do, I don't know. I guess I'm just. I never know what's gonna happen, right? Like I'm throwing stuff out and things happen and everything, but so then it's like, how does Shanov know that it's gonna like get better or like not happen? Does that make
Well,
sense?
she's in essence Big K's direct opposite. He represents chaos and she represents order. So the more you lean into her power and do as she says, the more power you have over order and the less power chaos has over you. But the more you lean into his power, the less power she'll be able to grant you. And less deflection from his influences.
Yeah.
This is deep, dude.
Yep. Okay. I'll come back if I have any questions, but I'm gonna probably take a little sleeperoonie on this one.
Yeah, that's understandable.
Yep.
In that case, I'll leave you to your studies, and you can let me know when you make up your mind.
Sounds good.
He gets up and sort of straightens his robes out before leaving to go do whatever it is he's going to do next.
Nori mimics him and straightens out her jacket, goes the opposite direction.
All right. The last thing of note is, while they can't really give you any weapons per se, nothing like powerful from their time, they can give you a few things that might be helpful. In your case, Keothi, Horatius gives you this long, say about 5-foot pole, which has various buttons along the bottom of it, and pressing any of the buttons switches it from a great axe to a great sword to a maul.
Hell yeah.
Fuck yeah!
Oh yeah, we can't give you any
Great.
weapons, but let me give you 5 in 1.
Right? Yeah.
We'll give you
There's
weapons
nothing-
with an S.
Give you the
I
multi-tool
While
of
it
can
is-
weapons.
just Swiss Army knife.
Yeah.
It is,
Okay, so
in-
I've got a
immensely
Goliath
well
Swiss Army
crafted.
knife, right?
yeah,
Yes,
effectively.
a Goliath Swiss Army knife.
So great axe, great sword, and maul. Did you say?
Yeah. Yeah.
Does it have a corkscrew?
No.
Yeah.
Oh, I
No,
know.
corkscrew.
Can I open my beer?
Yeah,
Okay.
one of them turns it
And
into a straw too.
There's nothing about it that's magical in nature. Everything within it is simply mechanical, but it is very well made. Anytime there's like a sharpened edge that it uses, it's made of a metal that you're not too familiar with, but you know it's very similar to the knives that you guys have.
Is it adamantine?
For the purposes of damage, yes.
Holy shit.
When used on an object, it's an automatic crit.
Fucking hell.
Hell yeah, get it.
Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty nice.
I wanna
For
add it to my
Remy,
list now. How do I
just
do
need to
that?
remember. You can call it the
Goliath
The
Swiss Army knife.
Goliath Swiss Army
you
knife.
can call it that, yeah, if you really wanted to. But it is
on it.
the
Horatius' Swiss Army knife.
it's the shifting pole arm
Okay.
that allows you to switch between the 3 effectively main
Dude, that's-
great weapons.
That's so fucking cool. It reminds me of
That's so badass.
It reminds me of Prototype. Do you ever play that where I could change his arm into different weapons? Oh,
Mhm.
it's so good.
Mm-hmm. I need to remember. I didn't actually write down what armor type this is, so give me a second.
Ooh.
For Remy, Darnua gives you a set of splint mail, which, rather than made with metal, appears to be made out of this very rough wood that has all sorts of intricate carvings in it that seem to be of an arcane nature. With all the studies that you guys have been doing with Valkyries, you get an idea that it's basically a spell to help keep it from rotting or getting too bent out of shape, to give it like the density of metal, despite the fact that it's made of wood. While wearing this armor, you are completely buoyant, but with the activation word, you can sink as much as you want, to the point where you can actually walk on solid ground underwater.
Fancy lad. It's your mariner's outfit.
Kind of, yeah.
Is that classed as like still a heavy armor? Like,
It is still heavy armor, yes, and it will still have disadvantage on stealth checks.
okay.
Because it does not, however, have a strength requirement. It seems to be very light by comparison to most armor.
Very pretty and helps me swim better.
Exactly.
And who needs to swim when you can walk on the bottom of the fucking ocean?
Xylia.
I don't know what I'm supposed to be clicking on the character sheet to get this to work, but to get to know what anything is supposed to do, by the way. I've managed to put it on, but then it's asking me all sorts of stuff.
Let me see.
I like the way Remy can now walk underwater. I can chop people with 3 different things. Between us, we're
Xylia gets the biggest brain.
Zalia gets all
He
his
gets
memories
the
back, but
prettiest
only the bad
bookmark
ones.
anyone's ever seen.
Yeah, he gets a really pretty pressed.
So
Leaf.
for the shifting polearm in your attacks, you would need to put in basically 3 entries. You need one for the great axe, one for the hammer, and one for the great sword. You wouldn't be able to do it all in one,
right, okay.
because they're each different damage rolls and damage types.
Okay, well, if I put axe in really big letters at the top, and then sword and maul.
Yeah, you could put shifting polearm axe, shifting polearm sword, shifting polearm maul if you wanted to. As for you, Xylia, you're given a spell book from Valkyries, which firstly can't be destroyed. If water or fire touches it, it seems to have no effect on it whatsoever. And once per day, you may replace any spell that you currently have prepared by a spell that is within the spell book itself.
Ooh. Are all the
bonus
spells
action.
already written down in her, or is he gonna have to transcribe over all of them?
Over the period of 2 weeks, yes, he can transcribe his spells into the new spell book.
So, is that saying like I can switch out one non-prepared spell for a prepared spell once a day?
Yeah.
I remember you were
As a
gonna
bonus
talk to Zavage about
Was he?
being a child of Zavage. I
Oh,
thought.
yes.
Was that
Well,
what you were gonna talk to him?
No, I
Or
wasn't.
no,
I was going to talk to
sorry.
you guys about something about that, but it's fine. I'll do it at a later time. Before we leave, still, but at a later time.
Okay, well, unless there's something that you guys specifically want to do, you will be leaving fairly
Fuck.
shortly. And lastly for Nori is
Gimme.
By the way, sorry. Would I call that spellbook anything different, or just like a unbreakable spellbook?
Tome of Preparedness.
Tome of what?
Preparedness.
Be prepared.
Is that a
Oh,
fucking?
Jesus.
Is that a
Kill me.
word?
Yeah, preparedness.
It is now.
I
Yes,
think so.
I can
think
sell my other
preparedness.
3 spellbooks soon.
Where the fuck?
There you go.
I lost it. I had it, and then I lost it.
Well, before we get into any
Grounded.
combat, I'm gonna need to know what different attack and damage and stuff I need to put on each of these. So, if at any time you're about to start combat,
The axe would be 1d12 plus strength.
how do I put that out?
Under damage, there's right now there's the placeholder 1d6, and you type in 1d12.
Right.
Fuck, what was it called? It's not.
What the fuck is this opened up? Equipped prop mods? What?
Huh?
I know I added the new item, but it's fucking got like a huge thing on it saying prop mods.
Nori's like, give me my
No idea.
present!
I'm waiting. No, it's fine. No rush.
It's because it's a TCE item, and I can't remember the fucking name of it. I like thought of it, and then I didn't write it down, which is always the bane of my existence. Oh no, this is Nori's spell sheet. Xylia. You don't care about the prop or mods, but there's the text box underneath it if you want to describe what it does.
Oh, and is that just always open like that?
No, that's because you click the little eye in the bottom corner of that item.
Okay.
That's like the information tab for it. All right, I want Tasha's.
Will it work the same as my other book in terms of like getting weird shit written in it? Or should I keep that one as well?
Wait, what, sorry?
Will it work the same as my other spellbook that had like stuff written in it in the beginning?
Or
should
no.
I'll just keep both of them then?
Yeah, you could just keep that one.
Okay.
You know what? There it is. That's what I'm looking for. I think.
Nori gets an extra horn.
Woo! I've always wanted one.
Oh, no, it's because I'm a freaking idiot. I was looking for the sorcerer one, but that's not what I wanted. No, it's for you. It's just it's a rod of the Pact Keeper, which should actually even be in the player's handbook. So you should just be able to click and drag that.
What that do?
For one, it increases her bonus to spell attack rolls and the saving throw difficulty checks of her warlock spells by 1, and she can regain 1 warlock spell slot as an action while holding the rod once per day.
Hell yeah.
It should be in
the
Roll
compendium.
20?
Compendium?
Yeah.
Are you sure? Rod of the Pact Keeper?
Oh, maybe not. I guess not.
It's not. Should I just put it in my items and then?
Here, I will send you the link on the Discord. There are ways on your character sheet too to increase the DCs accordingly, but it's a bit complicated if you're both sorcerer and warlock, because it will apply to only your warlock spells and not your sorcerer spells.
Interesting.
After they're done educating and giving you guys gifts and whatnot, though, they sort of come to an end of what they can reasonably do for you. The last few things that they educate you on is a little bit of more of the history of Aberranth itself, so the entire world as they've gotten to know it. So they give you a bit more in-depth knowledge as to the continents, though it's not super important to you at the moment, because as they explain, you cannot get off of Kier either by air or by sea. The only way to get out of Kier is through the Underdark.
Yep.
This is due to magical storms that encircle the entire continent.
Oh, damn. All right.
Do they know where that came from?
They presume it has something to do with the war in heaven in the last age.
Jesus.
They think that Kier, as a continent, was used as the Celestials as their base of operations during the war.
We gotta go kill heaven.
What?
I don't know. Kill chaos.
As far as they can tell, nobody's really tried to explore it too much because it's exceptionally dangerous, but there is a whirlpool towards the center of Aberynth, and they think that there's some form of power generator in there creating the storms, but in order to get into it, you would have to deal with the same amount of energy currently creating all the storms just coursing through you, and they've not really given it a huge amount of thought as to how they would do that because it's not important enough.
Let's tell the Lich that there's a soul down there. See what happens to him.
They also mention that there is a old Kotoro base off. Hold on, I need to pull up the map. In what you guys know as the Golden Plains. Towards the northernmost tip, but they say that it's buried deep underneath the ground, as it was also used as a dragon hatchery.
Jesus Christ. These sound really fun.
But they say if there are any working weapons to deal with the dragon weapon, it would most likely be there, as that is the only place they could think of that could possibly survive 40,000 years into the future.
Maybe we can get our own dragons, guys. OGs versus the mechs. That's pretty cool, though. Okay.
Could I have the stats for my sword
Yes.
and maul?
The sword is 2d6 slashing damage. And the maul, I believe, is 2d6 bludgeoning. Yes. They all have the two-handed trait and the heavy trait, but that's not really applicable to you anyways.
2d6 for both the maul and...
Yes, and the greatsword. One is slashing and one is bludgeoning, though.
What was the axe?
The axe is 1d12.
Yeah, but I'm like slashing.
Oh,
or-
slashing.
Thank you.
No problem.
All added in.
Cool.
Would my armor be considered magical because it has that enchantment on it?
Yes, it is considered magical for the purposes of damage reduction or resistances.
You're considered magical, Remy.
Pretty nifty shit.
Always.
So, I had a question
I
about...
just put
He's a magical boy.
Yeah, I just put splint armor on, and I'm just like
Yeah, you can just edit the
editing the
edit
mods.
the features in there.
So, Nori, your new thing... We said it enhances your...
My rod.
Yeah. It enhances your warlock stuff, right?
Yeah.
Which is the... is it sorcerer or warlock that you pull from the Big K?
Warlock is Shinov.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
sorcerer is from Big K.
So even if you
Yeah.
decided to cut it, you
I
wouldn't
thought
lose
this
out.
through.
Yeah, yeah.
That's what I was thinking.
No, he's like,
Well,
here's
this is the
something that
thing,
helps
though.
you as a sorcerer.
It's
No.
like either way it could be thought through for like either choice,
Yeah.
realistically. Depends on which fucking route you wanted to go down as a DM.
True. If I wanted to force her to continue
You
being a
want to
sorcerer.
really fucking railroad me? Just.
Do you want her to make a really big important decision, or should I be nice?
Yeah.
It's good though.
On
Leaves the
that
choice
topic-
completely up to you.
On that topic, at some point, Remy's gonna Remy. Nori's gonna try and talk to me. I was trying to get to. But look at me. I'm Remy now.
It wasn't even that. It
No.
was just the way you said it, and all of a sudden, Corb just was like,
Freaky Fridays happened. I'm Nori now.
Yeah. Oh, no. Can we also have like a one-off episode where we all accidentally swap bodies and play each
God.
other's characters?
Oh, that'd be so good.
if only I was there for April Fools.
Oh, that'd be so good.
It can be
You guys-
a Halloween episode.
One of you at least has at least what, a 12 passive perception?
Mine's 11.
Remy
Mine's
does.
11.
Where is
No, mine's
passive
11,
perception?
sorry.
Where is it?
It's
On the
your
left, under your
side, towards
abilities,
bottom.
under the
Oh, yeah, I have
skills.
13.
The
Okay.
highest one of those I've got is 6, man.
Of passive perception, that's not possible.
You'll be looking at a
Keoth.
perception check, I think.
Passive perception's a thing at the bottom, underneath your skills.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have a 14. Okay. It's like, what?
It was
Yeah,
scrolled
so-
down too much.
Keothi and Xylia, one interesting thing you notice while you've spent so much time here, the first day you're here you didn't really notice it because sometimes the two sons, known as Cargon and Chandi, one could be hidden behind the other, and so therefore you won't see one of them sometimes. But now that you've been here for a couple weeks, you're noticing that there's only one sun in the sky, not two.
Oh. I'll pull.
Made a second artificial sun, and they're holding one of the gods in. No, sorry. We just finished coils in 5 minutes. Going to sun instead of the moon.
I'll pull. What's his name? Is it Valkyries?
Yeah.
I'll pull him to one side and bring that up and ask him about
Hey
it.
man, one of your sons is broken. What's happening?
Is it
Dim.
down for maintenance?
Is it a moon now?
Is it down for maintenance?
He looks a little confused when you mention that there's two sons, and cocks his head slightly, and is just like, "We've never had two sons." Seems kind of wild that you do. I'm pretty sure suns don't form over 40,000 years, or in that short a span of time, anyways.
I mean, what causes a sun to form?
Look, I'm pretty sure in your time you haven't studied a whole lot of physics as of yet, and I really don't want to get into that because that's a whole other ball game. But a collection of gases in space that eventually catch fire and explode and create a ongoing explosion over millions and millions of years.
I see.
But that typically takes millions of years to happen to begin with. It's not something that would just happen over a few thousand.
You're saying it could be a fake sun?
Fake or helped along, perhaps. I
Interesting.
could see potentially in our time if somebody were motivated enough and managed to amass enough power, they could possibly create a sun, but that would be... I don't even know why the hell you would do that.
What is this sun called?
The sun.
You didn't give it a name?
No?
Boring.
Why would we?
Call it now. Name it.
Baby.
I'll call it Mr. Bernie. How about that?
Feel
Well,
the
that's
burn.
perfect because the one in our time is Mrs. Bernie.
I can't tell if you're fucking with me or if it's actually managed to survive that long now that I've named it.
I'm fucking with you. I have no clue.
Okay.
That's interesting though. That gives us something to ponder, look into when we get back, maybe. Is there any way of us
Yeah.
contacting you guys when we do go back to our time?
I didn't even know time travel was possible up until you guys popped into our time. I think the only way to communicate would be us communicating to you by sending you messages now and you getting them in the future.
Oh, but then we can't respond?
No.
Oh.
I mean, technically, I guess you could try to reach out to us as gods, but we'll be very limited in what we can do, and some of us may have lost a little bit of what makes us so exceptionally helpful right now.
It's not even that helpful. I mean, you know, Nori likes to talk a lot, sometimes a bit of company. Remy's just really sometimes likes to say thanks. Like, would you hear that kind of stuff?
So, yes. But as I understand it, if you have a lot of followers who offer up praise and prayers and curses and all that, you constantly hear it so long as you have that divine mantle.
Wouldn't that drive you
from
insane?
Everyone. I imagine it will. 40,000 years from now, me is going to be probably a little loopy by comparison to me now.
If I was a god, I'd make sure I didn't have any.
Well, I could see Horatius possibly doing something along those lines. Maybe even Orgel. She's not exactly a people person.
Yeah. Persuasive, maybe not a people person.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
Mm-hmm.
She has a way of getting people to do what she wants, which is mostly leave her the fuck alone.
What about Zavich?
Zavich likes attention from specific people, as you may have noticed in some of your training sessions.
Yeah, I saw him being pretty forward with Remy.
Yeah,
So what
cute
kind
though.
of
He's
kink
completely
even is
oblivious.
that if you just hit on like blue boys?
he hits on pretty boys specifically.
With flowers in their hair.
You're a pretty boy.
I'm a pretty boy. It's canon.
Kimeth's gonna be so disappointed when we get home.
Homewrecker.
Where's my
Homewrecker
pretty
Zavich.
boy?
Kenneth had his chance. They're no longer married, remember?
True.
Yep.
Yeah, that's right. I'm newly unwed.
Remy's still got like the ring indentation. No, I'm just kidding.
I could see Zavich maybe being a bit more selective, especially given the portfolio we have planned for him at this point. I can't imagine he's going to be like hugely popular with people.
Is he around at all?
Somewhere around here, I'm sure. He's possibly doting on Remy at the moment.
Having a good time.
I'll wait around.
Remy's
on my dorm room right now.
It's not exactly usual for us to have people around here, and we don't get a whole lot of time to socialize with people these days. So between you and me, I think Zavich is looking for one last romp before he leaves his mortal coil.
No.
And I think he's really hoping that Remy eventually takes him up on his offer, but I don't see Remy doing it.
Remy.
Wait, I'm here.
And you apparate before.
If you're looking for Zavich, he's probably wherever Remy is what I'm saying.
Okay. And he's
guess...
mischievous and stuff, right? Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
give me... I'll be back. I'm gonna... Mask of Many Faces into Remy.
Holy shit.
It's called taking one for the team, guys.
What's your spell DC, by the way?
Oh, God.
Just so I know.
My spell DC?
Yeah.
My very promiscuous twin. I didn't know I had.
My spell save DC is 14.
Okay.
I ain't gonna try anything funny. I'm just looking like Remy to try and find him, get his attention, you know? I'll just go wander around. You guys can...
What if he's with me? What if we're playing Uno in the game room right now?
Hey, then it's 2 for 1. We're going to give him the best night of his life. It is what it is.
Looking for Remy around this time, since you guys are not currently in the middle of like training or learning or anything, you guys are sort of left to your own devices. Darnua has pretty much co-opted Remy anytime that he's free, as she's seen that Remy really enjoys cooking and just doing things around Darnua. And Darnua has pretty much taken on the role of chef this entire time, seeing as everybody else seems to be busy with other forms of education.
I've gotten a part-time job in the kitchen.
Kinda, yeah.
You're earning your keep.
I'll do it. Whatever Darnua and Chandi ever ask.
Chandi has asked absolutely little of you. It's like she doesn't ask anybody for help ever, it seems. She gives a lot of help, but she doesn't take it and often refuses it. I will say though, Remy, for you at least, she's taken a little bit of time to help train you a little bit in the art of medicine, seeing as you're the one in the party who seemed to know a little bit about it. Nora, you knew a little bit, but you're like very fresh into it. But for you, Remy, if you don't already have proficiency in it, you are now proficient in medicine.
Ooh, that's huge.
Whoa, I'm not proficient in medicine.
There you go.
That's pretty good.
I now can do CPR
Basically, yes.
to savages.
You have a
So Savage is what?
glee.
Glee, like
Oh.
to his yeah.
Oh no, Remy, I'm drowning in the pool.
Xylia runs up.
Wait, I have the perfect Baywatch.
Oh no,
over
Remy!
right now.
Oh no,
Savage-
Remy! I'm
Savage
drowning in
throws
the
a-
pool. Good, then perish.
Savage sees Xylia coming, throws a bolo line at him, trips him. Remy.
That gives me such Step Bro I'm Stuck vibes.
No, help me, step bro.
Help me, fish boy.
Blue boy.
Help me, blue
Sorry,
boy.
my shift's in 5 minutes.
Okay, yeah.
And anytime that Remy is cooking, you can typically find Zavich in the dining room, just hanging out. He's not allowed in the kitchen though. Darnua has kicked him out. After the 3rd day that he spent a lot of time in the kitchen distracting Remy, Darnua kicked him out and told him to go take his fuckboy ways elsewhere. In those exact words, by the way.
Wow.
Okay. Would I know all this?
It depends how much Remy tells you guys.
Remy?
I feel like Remy would, because he's like not interested and also like he's not very experienced, so like all of this kind of goes over his head. He just thinks that like Savage is being really nice to him, and it's a little weird. Maybe it's because he worships Chandi. Like he doesn't quite understand why Savage is so nice to him, but like Savage is really nice to him, and he likes to follow me around.
In that case, I don't think I am going to mask as many faces as Remy.
Aww.
It'd be fun, but it'd also be just, you know, it wouldn't be right.
Could get very slimy for a YouTube channel.
Well, I mean, you know, I don't get monetized anyway. I'm not bothered about that.
The algorithm.
But no, I mean, it could just get awkward for Remy as well. So I'll pass on that. I will still search him out, but
Do whatever Xylia would do.
Which is basically Remy going, do it.
Remy's cooking. He doesn't know what any of you guys are doing.
okay,
It's
fuck it.
taco
No, I
night.
am gonna do it then. Yeah, no, screw it. I'm not gonna know the whole in-depth, know all about it stuff. I will do it. Yeah, I'll mask it.
Darno would also be pestering you for like your whole life story, by the way, Remy. Like every time that you're in the kitchen together, should be asking question after question about like, so do you
Oh.
have siblings? How did where did you grow up?
She gets like the unabridged life story.
Okay. So she gets to know you very well, but she's not necessarily very forthcoming with her own life story. If you ever even attempt to ask, because she just badgers the shit out of you with questions.
I'd probably ask a little bit, but then seeing like once she kind of like isn't very willing to give forth information, I just like wouldn't bother her with it.
Okay. So, Xylia, you make your way into the dining room where Zavich is currently lounging and seems to be napping from what you can tell. He's just sort of laying in like an armchair, like his arms splayed out behind him and his head leaned back, just...
I'll sit on a table like away from... far away from other people, basically, in like a corner, secluded section.
It's just Zavich in here currently. It's not like a big dining room. It's basically like it's really only meant for the 9 of them, but there's a few seats to fill at the moment.
Okay, then I will sit directly opposite him.
Okay. As you sit down, go ahead and make me an insight check.
Oh God, an insight check?
Yeah.
He's not sleeping.
Why do
He
I
was gonna
have
scare
such
you.
Bad
Ooga booga.
insight. God damn it.
He's
Okay.
waiting for you to give him love
Fucking
true
knew it.
kiss.
I have 0 insight.
I love stream.
I'm a wizard with 0 insight. What is this?
Well, insight's wisdom, right? And wizards are mostly intelligence.
Intelligence, yeah.
Oh, true. Yeah, I have like no wisdom. I ain't wise.
He kind of dumb in the wisdom in the street smart
He
section.
cute, but he
He
dumb.
ain't very wisdomous.
Nope.
Yeah. He's naive. That's what it is.
Yeah, I don't got that edumacation.
I would say the intelligence is education, but the wisdom is the like.
I don't got that
People
common
smarts.
sense.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Oh.
As you sit down in the sleeping form of Zavich is directly across from you, you see it slowly begin to melt away.
He's not. I'm not
and
sitting on his knee.
No,
Okay.
you just hear from directly behind your ear. All done already?
Okay.
What
This is what it's been like for Remy for the last.
Okay. I'll slowly look
I
back.
didn't realize it was that forward. Oh my gosh.
I will slowly look back and look deep into his eyes. And as I draw off the disguise, I'll say,
No!
I will say, just about.
You can see as you drop the disguise, his eyes go super wide to the point where it's like there's a lot more white than there is any other color in his eyes at this point. He maintains that distance from your face.
Oh, he just stays there?
Oh,
Well
damn.
played. Well played.
Yeah.
And then that image of him disappears as well, and the one where he was in the armchair reappears, and he just leans up from where he was laying back, and he's like, "You got me." Though to be fair, I will say my behavior over the past couple weeks has been predictable.
Yeah, I'd be lying if I say I hadn't noticed.
I think at this point everybody's noticed,
Yeah.
as they keep telling me to fuck off.
Oh, well,
What can I
that's
say?
kind of rude.
I'm used to it.
Yeah, fair. So you are taking a liking to our Remy, huh?
Oh, he's adorable.
Yeah, super nice too.
I feel unclean just by the way he's talking.
Wait,
Like,
yeah.
like I need to go take a bath or something right now. Like I'm like, "Ugh."
Is this what they call soft porn?
Not yet, that's coming soon.
Oh,
That's the other YouTube channel.
This is where the book
Senezal's
came from
Archivists.
that we found in the
Senezal's
tower.
Archivists After Dark. Oh no.
That's what it was based on. They just had to make up the names.
Oh my
We're gonna
God.
find like we're gonna go to like the ruins in our time, there's just gonna be like Savage Remy Dojinshi.
Yeah,
Like,
ZXR as well as BXP.
Yeah.
Oh. So what are your plans with Remy? What exactly are you after? Just a fun time?
Basically, I'm just looking to feel a little mortal for one more time before I'm no longer.
I understand that. I mean, if you wanted, I could have a chat with. See this thing. Listen.
It's clear that he's not interested at this point. I'm wasting my time. I know that.
Well, no, you might be wrong. Remy's just really naive in the sense of he probably doesn't know what's going on. He's very adorable.
I'm sure there's a layer of truth to that. I know there's also truth in me saying that he's not interested.
Oh, you can just tell this stuff?
It's not my first rodeo.
It would be Remy's, probably.
Of that, I have no doubt.
You ever think that maybe he's just nervous and not uninterested?
He doesn't come off as nervous.
Just
he comes
unaware.
off as mostly naive.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a whole lot of attention for me. Most of his attention is directed to my sister or Darnua.
Yeah.
Which is fair. From what I understand in your time, I'm sort of a bastard.
I mean, there's bigger bastards out there.
I'm sure, but given who he idolizes, being my sister, I would probably be first and foremost in the line of bastards in his list.
That makes sense. Speaking of, idolizing and all that good stuff. How do you feel about all this? You want to make the most of your mortality while you still can, everything. Do you want people to worship, idolize you? Speaking with others, they think you're kind of selective about it, but...
It sounds gross when you put it that way. I'm not really looking for people to worship or idolize me. It's not really my thing. It's probably more Andrash's thing.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'd prefer to be a king than a god.
So
honestly.
More someone to be looked up to rather than worshipped.
Oh, have people doting on me and taking care of me and doing my every whim instead of interpreting my voice from above in a way that I never fucking said to do things.
Well, let me ask you...
And then not being able to actually benefit from them worshipping me apart from just worshipping me.
Well, let me ask you this, because a lot of the gods, goddesses, higher-ups, whatever you want to call them, in our time, typically, they do like people to do kind of bidding for them, and the same thing that you're saying, but more in a worship way. You do something for me, I do something for you, that kind of thing. What is it you'd be wanting people to do? Following your footsteps, the whole trickery business, like...
Something that would further my portfolio, I suppose. So trickery, thievery. And there's not a whole lot that goes with darkness in that. I don't think I'd want somebody to sink the world into blackness. That sounds a little bit too counterintuitive to pretty much existence itself.
Yeah. I mean,
it would happen once, I'd get a surge of power, and then what? Everything dies? Not really my thing.
Pretty much.
I can't say there'd be a whole lot, to be honest. Anything that brings me more power as a god, but mostly what I'd want is just people causing a bit of a stir.
Oh, you mean like I did earlier? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that.
Yeah. Kind of fun.
Funny things like that. That'd be fun for me to look in on and have a laugh from on high. Entertainment, since I can't do any of it anymore, well, to an extent. or won't be able. It's confusing, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I can do it now, clearly.
Yeah, of course. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting.
But then
Okay.
again, things might change between now and then. It'll depend on how God me has his mind melted by the powers that be as I no longer remain myself.
Like I say, I can say with semi-confidence there's definitely worse things out there in our time than that.
I'm sure there are, as they're probably more direct threats, but I would still be their keeper, as it were,
Of course.
to an extent.
Okay.
The darkness encompasses most of the Underdark, and you don't even want to know half the things that are down there.
Probably not for a long while, at least. Okay. Do you want me to have a chat with Remy, or you good?
I know it's a lost cause, and that I should stop, but I can't really help myself.
You know what?
It's not often you see such a cute man who's so well built.
Yeah. No.
He's solid, you know?
Yeah. He
He's almost a foot shorter than me, and I'm fairly positive he could lift me up over his head.
he has rowing arms,
Gorgeous
right?
little blue boy.
Those rowing arms are just so muscular.
Those in his pecs too when he goes swimming. Heavens.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He got that baby's face, but that unit of a body.
Well, speaking of not being able to control yourself, I'm probably gonna still mention something to him, so I'll have a chat with him and just make sure he understands what's going on and see what happens. Okay? It's more for me, not for you. Oh no, he's crashed. It's such a weird place.
Oh, he did freeze.
Oh no.
I thought it was just Savage just being like deadpan.
Yeah, no, it is a frozen
Oh wait,
day.
no, it is. Now he's gonna reappear behind me.
Yeah.
Mwah.
Did you just make a kiss?
I love that you're
It's the
proper
whole
crying.
high school thing where it's like, ooh.
Yeah.
The question is, are you going to talk to Remy anyway?
I'm talking to Remy anyway. Hell yeah.
Oh god,
No.
funny. Do it.
Dude,
I
stir the
will.
pot. I'm ready for it.
I
This
need
is
him back
great.
for
I
it,
love
though. Where's he gone? I wonder
I
if his
know.
PC's turned off.
Truly the child of Savage.
it.
Should
Right?
Should we hold on? Oh no, we're not even halfway yet. I was gonna say, should we take initiative and take a break while he gets it sorted, or
Well, I can go and
We're
roll
15.
when I
We're
finish.
15 minutes from halfway. So 1:30, like 15 minutes from now would be halfway.
you want to take a quick 10-minute break now? Come back at 25 past.
That should be fine. That might give day of the time. I'm assuming maybe he popped the fuse because of his
Yeah.
AC again. So I think he's probably gonna have to like get his computer back up. So
I'll attempt to be back in 10 minutes. Oh, wait.
Huh?
Huh?
It's loading now, isn't it?
No,
not for
Still in
me.
the chat.
I don't see
Oh, it's loading for me.
No, not for me.
we can take a break.
Take a quick break.
Yeah, he said the power
Uh,
went out. So okay,
I'll just remember
Right.
where we were at. Okay,
sounds good.
we'll see you in a bit.
Yeah, see you guys shortly.
What the fuck is going on?
What are you
Hello-
doing? Why are you so weird?
What? What I miss?
Just Dea being a
Just me
fucking
being
weirdo.
ridiculous.
Oh,
Yeah, sorry about that. Fucking
it's okay.
turns out everything in
Ruined
my house
everything.
is every like major power draw in my house is hooked up to one line. So the breaker just like dies randomly when it gets this hot.
It's okay. While you were gone, me and Zavich fucked, and I did really badly.
Those boys?
Roll a con save.
Those boys fuck.
Yeah, I'm dead.
And
No, that's a
I'm dead.
that it's not that you're dead as much as you're a 2 pump chump on that one.
Oofed.
Oh, I thought it was the bottom. Never mind.
I was like, wait, who's pumping?
Yeah.
I need these details. I need you
I mean,
to
you
let
could
me
you
know.
could be a bottom and still be a 2 pump chump. Just means it doesn't really matter at the end of the day.
it makes me really
Fair.
proud that Bran self-identified as a bottom.
No. No, okay, I'm cutting that bit out. Fuck that. No. I don't need any more memes
Today
going on
we
about that, dude.
You can be a power bottom.
Yeah.
I mean, in
And
all
you
fairness,
already have-
Zavich was
you
talking
already
about how
have
Remy
the
was
maid
cute but built,
outfit.
and was
You
talking
already
about
have
how he'd
the-
like to be lifted up over Remy's head. That's not typically top behavior.
That's fair. Yeah, I was gonna
Plot twist: Zavich is the power bottom.
end off that
Kid
part
boy.
going to wait for Remy anyway, because I wanted to wait for Remy to have a chat. But on the way out, I wanted to Mask of Many Faces into Remy and blow him a kiss and then leave. Listen, he loves the chaos. It's got to be done. It's got to be done.
Zavich would just give you a quizzical eyebrow when you Mask of Many Faces into blowing him a kiss.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll leave that at that.
A gift for his memory banks.
Yeah,
That's for the spin-off episode.
that's not what we call the bank you're talking about, Remy.
I mean, I was thinking it, but I didn't say it.
I was choked on my own spit, dude.
Good. Sorry. So you said you wanted to talk to Remy?
Yeah, but like, you know, whenever we go to bed or anything, just like in the room. I know she's in the kitchen right now doing the work stuff, so don't want to intrude on that.
I'm not doing a play-by-play of every event that happens over the
I
next 2
washed
weeks.
the plate.
The-
Put it away.
So if you
Roll
want
a-
to
Let's
talk
act-
to Remy
let's
that night, we could move to that.
Okay, yeah. I wanted to have a chat with Remy in private at some
Okay.
point.
All right, so you can track down Remy after supper and everybody's winding down for the night to do whatever it is they do before they go to bed.
Yeah.
Good evening. You need something?
Hey.
Precious boy.
Yeah. I wanted to have a private chat with you about a couple of things actually. Some important things, some, you know, very
all right.
important things.
You seem kind of serious. Come in, and he'll like let you into. I guess like, are we staying in like rooms?
Mhm.
Right? Yeah, and you'll just see like Remy keeps his like little dorm room like very simple. He's got like a candle set up for like his like Chondi rites, and then there's like where he kind of sets like flowers and things, but like other than that it's like
Okay.
actually like very simple.
I walk in and see the
And-
candles and the flowers, and I'm like, "Are you expecting someone?"
No.
No. Oh. Just the smells and looks really nice, and my room's just kind of bland, and you know.
That's so a lot of Chondi followers, we light candles, kind of like little night lights. Like that's just kind of like our bedtime rites or whatnot, like our way to show. And then the flowers are just because if I don't want them to get messed up more than they already do. It's kind of like hard to keep them up when you're like have them on your armor and you get in battle, and
Yeah.
it's the whole
Vacation, you get burnt to a crisp.
do be put in. Yeah.
Fireball.
I'm not expecting anybody. What's up?
Okay. Yeah. No, that's fine. you want to sit down so we can have a chat real quick?
Okay.
I'll just sit on the edge of the bed or something.
Sure, yeah. I don't know like what the seating is in this room, but
I don't know. I'm making it up as I go along.
I'll sit next to him. What?
It's sort of like a dorm room. There's not a whole lot to it. There's like a desk. There's a bed. There's a TV, but you guys haven't exactly found a
Remy
use
doesn't
for
know
it.
how to work it.
Yeah.
Damn, I really want to know what's on TV now.
It doesn't have like cable or anything like that.
It's just CCTV.
Adult Swim.
Adult Swim.
C-SPAN.
Oh God. Okay.
Okay. Is this serious? Did something happen?
It's not. I mean, there's two things that I want to chat to you about, and one of them's serious. The other's it depends. It is not really serious. It's just kind of interesting, I guess. What do you want? What shall I start with first? Do you want the serious or the non-serious first?
I guess the small stuff first, the not serious thing.
Okay, so Remy, you're a smart boy. You're a very sweet boy. Very sweet. But there's some things that I've noticed along our kind of journey so far, especially in the past few days, since we've been here. Do you know what flirting is?
Yes.
Are you good at like sensing flirting behavior? Like if you've been flirted with?
I mean, I think that I would be. I don't know, like no one's ever really like kind of been like not a lot of people have been flirting with me. That's
This is what I'm talking about, Remy. You're blind. You're blind to it. You're oblivious. You can't see it.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Have you not noticed the past few days with Zavich?
Of course I've noticed the past few days with Savage.
You were just saying it was being super nice to you. I think it's more than that.
I mean, okay, so I noticed that he was being really nice to me and maybe too nice to me, and I did notice that, but like I don't know what am I supposed to do about it?
I mean, how do you feel about it?
I don't particularly feel anything. Like, it's nice that he's nice to me, but also like I don't have what he's looking for. Is that like
Yes?
flirting when like he's
So I mean, I think it's kind of clear that he's after like, just some fun. And that's maybe not what you're looking for. Okay, definitely not what you're looking for. Okay. I sense it. Have you told him?
like no, told him what?
That you're not interested. I think you can kind of
He's
sense
never
it anyway, but
particularly asked me if I was interested.
He's never direct. It's
True.
true. He's never directly
True.
asked.
he's a bit of a, he's a bit naive too.
Like I also like I get that like in this timeline like they're not gods, but also like he's like a god. Like how can I just turn around and just be like
Just
so,
not
like
interested.
you didn't tell me anything, but I'm not interested. Like that seems like super presumptuous.
Yeah.
I mean, he knows he's not going to get anything out of it anyway, right? Like we're going home.
Yeah. It's just the way he worded it to
It
me,
seems-
like he knows we're
It
going
seems
home.
kind of like I don't know, without him directly asking, like it seems really mean to just
You sweet summer child, Remy.
the tone in which you were saying that concerns me.
No, it's nothing to be concerned about. I was just making sure you were okay and, everything was okay and you were feeling okay and,
Yeah,
I mean, if you were about it and you wanted to have fun, I wouldn't be, I wouldn't stop you. But also, if you don't want to, I don't want him to come on too strong or anything. We've got to, we're a team. We've got to look out for each other.
Make sure the god of darkness has his fun.
I appreciate that, Zilia. I think I get what you're trying to tell me, that maybe maybe some of this is going above my head. And
maybe it's not. I'm kind of blind. I'm not very insightful. Figured that out.
I'd like to think that, I wasn't born yesterday, but also
well, technically
I'm not
we were born
particularly experienced with, fun times with the flirting and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Not particularly interested. So, I mean, like, did he say something to you, or?
No, I mean, he was just saying he wanted to, feel, what was the terminology he used? He wanted to feel mortal before, the inevitable happens.
Well, he's mortal right now. I don't understand
he wanted
what
to
that means.
experience one more night of mortality before he wanted to.
But he is mortal right now.
Yeah, so he wanted to fuck.
like literally, just like.
Somebody's got to take one for the team, Remy.
There's no other way that I can beat around a bush about this. He wants the sexual gratification.
He wants you to be his.
I think you're taking it a little bit too far.
Okay.
He's just been super nice to me.
Oh,
this
Remy.
is the over. Okay, Remy. He said he likes your big, burly, strong arms and pecs, and wanted you to lift him up over his head.
Okay. What does that have to do with?
Please go pick him up now.
If you want to find out, if you want to know what that means,
right now, like, what's the?
Please don't.
Well, okay, I won't. But I'm just saying, like, what's that got to do with?
Hey, if you want to find out, you maybe should ask Savage himself. Maybe go lift him up and see what it's all about. See what he says.
Remy looks like visibly confused. Like, half of this conversation is like he doesn't understand.
So this is why I had this conversation with, because you think he's just been super nice to you and been super kind, but he is, but it's because like gods usually want something in return for certain things, like sex, Remy. Fuck, there's no other way I can say it.
Okay, but like. Why would I have sex with Savage?
Well, that's for you to decide. I'm just saying what he wants.
Keothi will be so pissed you're holding him out.
I think you're thinking about this too hard. Maybe he wants like a date or something. But I think
Remy?
A lot.
I think you should go speak to him and maybe ask him for yourself. I think that'd go really well. And then you get all the answers. And then you can see that either I'm really bad at reading people or I'm, pretty okay when it comes to this stuff. But I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I think asking him could be interesting for you and the rest of us.
Why for the rest of you?
That was out of character.
Are you guys taking?
Not like this.
Steve.
Not like these.
I'll be honest with you, Silia. I have no idea what to make of your conversation. I cannot fathom Savage thinking that hard about this, like.
And I agree. It's it's a weird thing that a future god just randomly wants this stuff, but You know, you'll never know unless you speak to him, let's be honest. You're never going to know unless you have the conversation. You
Okay,
can't trust my word, but maybe if I am right about it, then, you know, it becomes a bit more interesting.
Why are you even interested in this? Like,
Well, well, out of character entertainment value. In character, I just, you know, there's a couple of reasons, but it's...
Are you like jealous? Like, have you been like Ian Savage? Because like you can...
No, I got a good look up close and personal. Not my type, you know? Just something about it.
Sure, fine.
But...
I mean, like, are you just wanting me to talk to him? Like, is that...
I think it'd do wonders for you to understand it and maybe be able to read it better in future as well. And to know that I am looking out for you. Because I don't want you to get hurt. Like, if he keeps doing it and you're just oblivious to it, then it could lead to really awkward situations, you know? It's better that you understand what's going on than not.
I mean, I wouldn't say that it's, like, harmful or anything. Like, it's a little weird. It's a little awkward, but, like, otherwise, like, he's just being nice. He hasn't, like...
It's not harmful. I never said harmful. I just said awkward.
Okay. I still am a little confused about all of this, but if it makes you happy, Xylia, I will talk to him.
I think it'll make you happy.
I don't see why it would make me happy. I'm already happy.
Yeah.
If
You're always happy, Remy. Always happy.
Why'd you say it like that? You know, there's nothing wrong with being happy. Maybe you're just not happy enough.
Yeah, which brings me on to my next point. So I'm gonna be worshipping Savage now.
Okay.
No, anyway, no. So
You're his offer. I've brought you the most adorable belt boy.
For you, Savage, this twunk.
Yes.
oh gosh.
Oh my god.
Why'd you have to say that?
Alright, what?
For
I
you,
didn't even
Savage,
correlate the two. Now this
twunk.
just looks like a big fucking plot by me.
Remy totally, out of character, Remy totally thinks this is some weird game that you're trying to play.
Okay, no, Remy. So
Does he
Yeah.
think he's got a bet on?
Xylia.
you wanna? Do you trust me? Genuinely? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Insight check. Insight check again.
Hold on, wait.
This is real deep, guys. I'm loving every second.
Which one is it? Is it deception?
So you don't
Roll
trust me?
So bad.
Okay,
He has reservations.
you are clearly lying to me, Remy. You don't trust the thing that I'm saying.
Okay. Trust you with what? Because I think this is like a contextual thing.
Okay, let's rephrase this. Do you trust what I tell you is true?
About what? Because I'll be honest, I don't
Everything.
even know if what you just told me for the last 30 minutes was true.
This is my question. Do you trust that what I tell you is true about everything overall?
I trust that whatever you tell me is at least not going to be harmful to me.
Well,
I trust that you are a good person and that whatever you do, it's for the it's for the good.
I wanna tell you something, but I don't
tell
want you
me,
to. I don't want you to hate me for it.
I wouldn't hate you for anything. What? What's-
Okay. Back in the underwater caverns
Mhm.
a while back,
Mhm.
when we took care of everything with Kimeth and Nori collapsed the cave on us, it was fun, right? You remember? Yeah.
Yeah, I
It was
remember.
great.
It was
Yeah. So you remember after I spent a bit of time looking around, and you were like, "What was that?"
I definitely noticed you spent extra time? Why did you notice something?
So, I was speaking to somebody. I didn't know who it was at first. I was curious, as I think most people probably would be. It was Orgel, and
Okay.
first of all, I apologize for lying to you because I was scared, honestly. I didn't know what I was doing at first.
I mean, that's fair. Oracle, she's pretty scary.
I didn't know that at the time, but then after we went to the Thieves Guild and everything, and, you know, I was injured and, you know, I came home and rested. Back when Nori and you had the dreams, back when Nori had the dream, I had a dream too that I went to go and visit Orgel. And
Okay.
she said that she could help me remember. And also said that I was following in my father's footsteps. And called me the child of Zavich. And I didn't really know what to make of any of that. She was asking for like offerings of souls, and I remember being down in the sewers with you, and you were saying, you know, offering souls to good or bad, it doesn't matter as long as it fits with your beliefs. So I thought, you know what, I'll offer a soul to Orgel of the big thing that we killed down in the sewers, and I just felt awful for it. And then learning more about the other gods, and I still don't really remember anything from my past. I kind of want to maybe start looking into different routes. I don't really know how to break this bond, if there is one, with Orgel that I have.
Well,
I know it's a lot.
well, I mean, yeah, I'm glad that you're thinking about changing that path. I mean, I'm not somebody who's gonna tell you who to worship, but Oracle is not.
It was an impulsive.
In our time, at least. I mean, you said you wanted to remember, right? And the deal hasn't gone through. You're not really remembering anything.
Well, she needed more souls to be able to tell me. She already knows, but she, you know.
And you feel bad for.
I don't want to offer anymore, but I still want to remember. But in good way. You, Nori, Keothi, you all seem to, you know, vibe really well with what you're doing. And I mean, I'm interested so about the whole Zavich part, because the whole child of Zavich followed in my father's footsteps. I don't know what any of it means, but I got told a little bit, I guess.
So, here's the thing, right? This is just me, but I don't personally believe that you should pick a religious path because you feel forced to. That's not why I chose who I chose. I picked Chandi and Darnua because what they stood for and that perspective on life felt right for me. It matched with what I thought was right and good and made me happy. So I think if you're going to go that route, you definitely should look for some being or someone or something that you feel right about. You shouldn't ever feel forced to follow a path that doesn't help you feel fulfilled. And yeah, if I would recommend not taking Orgel's path, but you know, Nori was talking to Focres and other people about trying to break this thing that she has. Perhaps Zavich or perhaps Focres or somebody can tell you how to break this.
I don't know if there is like a permanent bond there to break. I don't really know much about it in general, to be honest, but I can definitely look into it and see. If you just wanted to, worship somebody else, what would you do? Would you speak with the gods? Would you just do it? How does it work?
I would just do it. I mean, that's how I started. I was just like, hey, that Shawnee person sounds great. Hey, that Darnua person sounds great. And I just started. I just did it.
But you've never cut one of them off. You just worship both, right?
I mean, I grew up, like, where I came from, a lot of people are, like, really heavy on Cargone, and I kind of grew up with that. And now, like, I obviously have a lot of respect for Cargone. I will, like, say my piece at his temples, but I don't have that same connection.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just...
Sorry, he's in the building.
Yeah.
Got you.
Hey, thanks.
Yeah, I don't think... Again, like, my relationship with the gods is not one of, like, forceful ownership. Like, if I decided to leave one, maybe they might be disappointed, but I mean, that's my choice, right? I think you should just do whatever you feel is right. I will say, quite honestly, I take a pretty hard stance against you sacrificing souls to Orgel.
Mm-hmm.
I think that, especially what we've learned from Kimeth and Nori about Shinov, they wouldn't be very happy about that either. That seems to kind of go against the grain.
Kimeth knows.
Oh.
Yeah. I had a chat with Kimeth a while back. Pretty much just as I had the dream. He didn't, kind of the same as you. He didn't really fully agree with it, but as long as I wasn't, like, putting any of you guys or myself in any danger, that he wasn't gonna bring it up or be against it. Kind of had a neutral stance on it.
I mean, I'm gonna say I'm pretty against it, but I think what I would say is, I definitely say choose another path, but the path that you take is yours. As I would say, as long as it's a good path, and by good I mean, like, you're not trying to physically hurt people, you're not trying to physically hurt souls.
Well, this is the thing, because, like, I obviously went to go chat with Zavich earlier, about
me?
Well, just the overarching elephant situation in the room, Yeah, about you. But...
Oh, why were you talking about me? Why weren't you talking about this?
Because I don't want to bring that up with gods and future gods. You don't want to bring up sex with gods and future gods. This is big. It's big things.
This is two completely different things.
Yeah.
Okay, me not wanting to fuck Savage is not the same as you being like, hey, I read in a book that, like, I'm the son of Savage. What could that possibly mean? Those are very different.
You know what?
You're looking for your memories. I'm not looking for good signs.
This is my point, though. When I was talking to him, my memories, the thought of remembering didn't even cross my mind. I was kind of just having fun. But it's the first kind of thing that's really taken my mind away from wanting to remember all the time. Just to have a little break. I might have made myself look like you and blew him a kiss. But it helped, I don't know. There was no fighting involved, there was no killing, there was no malice. It was just pure fun. He knew it was fun, I knew it was fun, and it was just nice for a bit.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm of the mind that the past is the past and the now is the now, and the now is, I think, not that the past doesn't matter, but we can always try and find.
If you fucked Savage now and we went back in the future, would you tell people that you fucked Savage?
No.
Could I
one,
tell
I'm not
people
gonna
that you
fuck
fucked Savage?
No.
Okay.
I don't know if Chandi
An entire
or
temple of
Savage at that
Chandis.
time would be happy about that. I would prefer it if he did not.
Okay.
You can tell them that you did whatever you want with Savage, but
Cue
We're
Xylia
getting
telling
off
an
track.
What
entire
if I-
temple of Chandi that you fucked Savage, and
What-
then them trying to hang you in the village.
What if I
Oh,
took
no.
one for the team to like make him happy, thinking that it did happen, but it actually didn't, and then
please don't do that.
okay.
Is Xylia lonely?
Xylia's
You
He's doing
listen,
everything
you
he
can
can
go
to
have-
remember, dude.
he just wants the holiest of digging.
No, hang on.
You
hang on,
I just
Hang
want to
on,
be
hang on,
lifted.
weren't you called the child of Zavik?
No, that's Remy
Oh
does
god, no,
that.
stop. Okay, anyway, moving on.
Like,
I don't know what that means yet. It could mean a follower, it could mean anything. Anyway, Remy, are you gonna go talk
What
to
are
him?
you doing, Step
I
Savage?
will go talk to him.
Can you do me a
However-
favor if you do? Will you-
Okay, I'm listening.
Will you ask him what it means to be called a child of Savage? It'd kind of look really stupid if I go back and ask him now, after I've already spoken to him. I look like a bit of an idiot. And I don't want him thinking I'm an idiot.
I'll ask.
Thank you.
I would recommend before we leave, you talk to somebody about this whole Oracle thing. If there's a way that they might know that you can cut off this soul thing, if I don't know what you've got going on, but if not, if they can't help, when we get back to our time, you should start looking into if it's Savage, if it's someone else, I urge you to look into it and to seek help from them. I will say, Savage, in our time,
Bit of a dick.
well, he's not necessarily known for the best of things. Chandi's a big deal in our time.
Yeah.
Savage is the opposite of that. So I would just
Savage is a small deal.
he is frowned upon due to what I've come to think of is a bit of misunderstanding, right? Shinov is looked down upon a lot in our time, and we've learned that it's not like that's not the whole story, right? Like it's not.
Well, that's the
actually
thing. Whoever's in power, the opposite is going to be looked down upon. But I don't really think he
Exactly,
does any outright terrible things like Orgel
I don't-
does. Orgel does some of the
I don't think so either. I'm just saying, it might cause trouble for you if you were to go about loud and proud that you're following Savage. I just think you should just be a little careful, because I wouldn't want anything happening to you, and I also wouldn't want anything happening to Savage.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like the way you're looking at me right now.
Me or Dare or both.
You.
Okay.
What did I do?
I will ask.
Just enjoying the ride.
I will ask Savage for you.
Thank you. But, let it be in the back front of the mind. You focus, you do you. Or him.
Back front
You
of
do-
the mind.
You do, whatever's necessary.
Fine. Okay.
I'll go chat to probably Valkyries
Okay.
just to see if there's anything that can be done about this Orgel thing. If there is anything to be done.
Xylia?
But on the side,
Xylia.
separate thing. Mm-hmm.
Xylia,
Yeah?
I appreciate that you told me about this thing with Orgel.
That Savage wants to fuck.
I think if
Appreciate you giving me the heads up.
Ugh.
I think if I were you, I would be kind of terrified to talk to me about that kind of thing. So it means a lot that you trusted me with that.
Well, I kind of was, but at the same time, if I'd have spoken to Nori about it, this conversation would have gone on for like an eternity, and I probably wouldn't have known what to do at the end. If I'd have spoken to Keothi about it,
Remy just nods in like a grave understanding.
if I'd have spoken to Keothi
Slamming
about
Nori.
it, I don't think she would have understood fully. I know you're into this stuff. I know that you know a lot more about it than I do. I was terrified to talk to you about it, but I'm thankful
Well, I'm
that I
glad
did.
you did. I will, if you don't want me to, I won't tell them anything. However, I would say that maybe once you figure out a plan of what you want to do, it would probably be good to just have like a group talk about it, because I think,
I'll tell them.
give or take some of the, maybe personality differences we've got going on as a group. I think as a whole, I'd like to think that we're friends and we are willing to look out for each other. And I told Nori, or like back in the VTOL when she was having a bit of trouble, that I would help her with, if she was willing, I would help her search for what she can do to kind of control that chaos situation, and I'll offer the same to you. If it's looking for your memories, if it's finding another path, I'm on a pilgrimage to do this kind of stuff, to help people and to search the world. I will be there to help you.
Thank you.
Not sacrifice souls to Oracle. I won't help you with that. But
yeah. I mean, technically you did
know,
once, but that's fine. You didn't know about it.
I hate that.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Thank you for letting me. You get what I'm saying, right? Like,
I do.
You don't need to look into evil gods for help. You have a group who are very capable with very different connections to help you achieve the same means, is all I'm saying.
Definitely capable of a lot. Capable of the kind of end goal. I don't know, but we can definitely see.
I'm just saying, I want the best for you. I want you to get the things that you want, without having to resort to, nefarious ends to do it, and I'll help you do it.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And I will walk out in search for Valkyries. Yeah. On the way out here. It was me that set fire to the ship.
No! Oh my God!
No.
I'm sorry.
That secret does not need to come out.
No,
ever.
it ain't coming out ever. Probably.
Secret, keep it safe.
Valkyries, over the past 2 weeks, you would know, Valkyries, as far as you know, doesn't sleep.
Oh,
You've
shit.
never
Okay.
once seen him go to his room to go to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
There is within this building something more like an archive than a library. It's a combination between a library and a server room, as there's huge data banks just basically in the center of this room, all sort of pressed up against one another, with monitors placed all along the sides on this long round table.
Okay.
And all around that are bookshelves covered in books, data pads, scrolls, pretty much any form of reading medium you can imagine. There appears to be things like CDs and even floppy disks just everywhere. And from what you could tell, no specific order. Like, you'll see floppy disks stacked like right next to books. And you'll see scrolls that seem to be randomly placed on top of what appear to be like large iPads.
It's organized chaos.
It is extreme chaos, and pretty much nobody but Cargone or Valkyries really come into this room.
Okay.
However, it is where the two of them have been teaching you both magic and how to read and write in their languages.
Okay.
And Valkyries is pretty much always in this room if he's not eating or having any form of like private conversation with people. And he's currently seated in just like basically a love seat, effectively, with like a little coffee table in front of him, that he's sipping tea from a mug as he reads a scroll. And you can see a very similar being to Frank, although this one is Frank. You've gotten to know that he does have a Frank in this time too, though this Frank doesn't have wings. He's just a little stubby little gremlin that walks around,
Alpha Frank.
almost
Okay.
like a frog if a frog walked upright. He's not very comfortably ambulatory. He kind of walks like with a large waddle as he goes around.
Oh, I love it. Okay.
He's like
It's a
he's
big
maybe
boy.
a foot tall.
I'll walk
And
in.
he's currently seated on Valkyrie's knee and just sitting there watching him read.
As I walk in and get closer, my eyes are just going to be like fixated on Frank the whole time.
You've seen Frank a couple times. Like, Frank hangs out in this room, and you've been in here quite a few times now.
Uh-huh.
So this is not a novel thing for you.
No, but I just
though
love
I imagine
all of them.
you just love
So
Frank.
I will always be looking at them.
Okay.
I'll see myself down.
Valkyries would notice you come in and kind of give you a nod before he goes back to reading.
Can I have a quick little chat with you about something?
Sure. And he rolls up the scroll and puts it to the side.
Sorry for
What's up?
interrupting, by the way.
Wasn't anything important.
Okay, so back in our time,
Mhm.
I've made a couple of bad decisions. I'm trying to remember things from my past that I don't know.
Right. You lost your memory, right?
Yeah. And I was told by somebody that they could help me in return for some other thing. It was Orgel.
Okay.
And at one point I
She spoke to you directly?
yeah. Yeah, she spoke to me once inside these caverns and in my dreams too.
Follow-up question. Have you ever died?
No,
Okay.
I don't
Have
think.
you ever...
I don't know. I don't
guess if you're
remember.
missing your memories, it's hard to gauge. From what you can remember, have you ever physically in person met a god? Stepped into their domain?
No. That's right? I haven't?
To your knowledge.
Okay.
So, here's the thing. Gods can't just speak to us. Otherwise, we'd have clerics with far more power than they knew what to do with. They'd be able to interpret their god's will 100% and therefore be able to do whatever they wanted with the resulting power that their god would afford them, because they keep giving them more and more followers of top quality for them.
Okay.
It's sort of part of the balancing act of how no single god can be that much more powerful than the others. The exception to the rule is if you are considered what's called a god touched. They're fairly rare. The only way that you could be god touched is by physically meeting a god or spiritually meeting a god if you die.
So
In your time, if you would die, you would see Shinov. And most people, when they die, they stay dead, so that doesn't tend to be too much of an issue.
I mean, the first thing I remember is waking up at some place called, was it Shinov's Embrace?
Chandi's Embrace.
Oh, Chandi's Embrace. Yeah. So no,
But that was a temple. That wasn't like a domain.
yeah. Do people usually lose their memories after dying and being reborn?
there's a certain amount of memory loss, but typically mostly centered around the time of death. Not usually years before that. It depends on how you died. If there's severe trauma to your brain, could happen. Drowning victims often experience brain damage as a result of a lack of oxygen.
You bitch. What if I didn't? What if it wasn't Orgel? Maybe a follower.
Could be. Maybe somebody made up to look like Orgel. How do you?
Well,
how exactly did she speak to you?
Well, I didn't see her. It was in this underground cavern with a fire pit where things were being sacrificed, and it was gonna be our friend, but we saved him, and then they left, and it was kind of in my head.
Could have been close to a locus of her power. Typically, if followers gather in one area for long periods of time and conduct rituals that are unsavory, it can taint the area enough that a god could slip through and have a bit more influence over the area, but I wouldn't consider it a domain. It wouldn't cause someone to become god touched, but they might be able to speak a bit more clearly to someone through that area, even just briefly, especially if power is currently being leaked to them.
So there's a couple of different possibilities. How would anyone go about knowing that or remembering anything?
What do you mean?
I mean, if I died and lost all of my previous memories,
the easy way to find out would be to die again and ask to know if you've died before, but I wouldn't do that.
No, I don't want to do that. I want to die. Again? Maybe?
I can perhaps run... There's some tests I can think of where I could take a look at your soul, or what passes for a soul anyways, as we understand it, and see if it's tattered enough to say that it's been to and back what comes next.
Is it painful?
The tests, no.
Oh.
Dying, yes.
Oh.
But that's not part of the test.
Oh. Good. I mean, yeah.
I could also run some scans of your body and see if there's any lasting damage, such as brain damage. We have an MRI.
A what?
Don't worry about it. It's an advanced machine.
Had to.
Yeah.
I mean,
Fair enough.
we already know that Xylee is brain damaged.
Yeah, this machine is
That
made by Big N, Big R, and Big I back in the day.
Yeah.
Honestly,
No, this machine was specifically made by Big Healthcare.
Yeah, I'm happy for you to do anything at this point. And the whole God touch thing, I mean, like I said, there's just so much confusion with information that I'm given. It's just overflowing at some points, being told the whole Child of Savage thing, being told the whole following in my father's footsteps. I don't even know him. I don't remember him.
Could have a lot to do with the memory loss.
Yeah. If you've got tests you can run that might be able to help in any way, I'm happy to.
Could talk to Chandi possibly about restoring your memory, but if I could hazard a guess, I'd say that's probably something more in the psychology spectrum of things, and she's no psychologist or psychiatrist. That's not my field of expertise either.
So you don't think it's something like magical that's made me lose my memories? It's more just some...
Oh, it could very well be, but I didn't detect a lasting enchantment on you. First thing I did when I brought you guys in here was run a detect magic scan over all of you to make sure that none of you are tainted in some way.
Okay. Also, we don't have that spell on us anymore, do we, where we can understand any language, or do we?
you don't need it. You can you can both be speaking Cortoro right now just
Yeah.
fine.
Valkyries, can you do that
Hmm?
spell on me again? I want to speak to Frank.
He doesn't speak.
What? The other Frank did?
He can make chittering noises, but they're not exactly a language per se. You just sort of intuit
Damn it.
over time what he's trying to convey. It's
So-
sort of like talking to an animal, but he's a little bit more intelligent than that.
So maybe if I spent enough time with Franks that I'd be able to like kind of know what they're saying.
I would say each one is probably different, but yes,
I'm gonna get my own Frank one day. I think
power to you.
I'll try. I like Franks. Does yours fly?
No, I didn't need a flying gremlin in my archive.
Yeah. He's got a cute waddle though.
That he does. He's not, like I said, he was more of a fun experiment than a actually useful
Well,
creation.
turned out great.
I would say so.
Um,
He's adorable, and he's far more obedient than a dog.
yeah. Maybe. They listen? They understand you?
Oh, he listens to my mental commands just fine.
Oh. Well, now I really want
And he
one.
can.
Okay. Where should I? When?
Leaving at 9. Because to get to Taylor's house
Oh,
takes 2
we're-
hours.
we're
He
muted.
lives in
Corb, you're not
Slidell.
muted.
Not muted.
Yeah, at least Taylor.
I think we're muted.
We might be.
Yeah.
Corb.
You're
Hold
not.
on.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm leaving at 9 to go to Taylor's.
Anyways.
There we go.
Did you serve
I
a
just
mute?
I server muted.
Okay.
It's okay.
She's back. She's back.
Now,
Oh,
yeah.
no, she's not.
No, she's not.
Okay.
Well,
I was just gonna say. So,
I don't.
where do I? Should I wait for this? Should I wait for a message?
Just, I'll find you in the morning and we could get started.
Okay. I'm gonna.
Or if you're not tired, we could start now. I'm not exactly up to much.
How
I
is
just figured-
Xylia feeling right now?
It's not been that long a day. It's like it's fairly far into your stay here so far, so you're kind of starting to get used to the grueling amount of physical training that Horatius puts you through every day.
Okay.
A little bit of a boot camp.
I can start now.
You're unmuted, Corb.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
No problem.
It's okay.
Then I'll start with probably the MRI, because I don't think Chandi's going to be awake much longer, and she's the only one who is allowed to work that machine.
Okay.
She specifically banned me from touching it.
Damn.
Chandi comes in a nurse outfit. No, I'm kidding.
Ooh la la.
Not a nurse outfit, but she does put on scrubs.
Then transforms into
Yeah.
Valkyries, and I mean into fucking Zavich. It's like, got you.
Yeah, Chandi,
Ugh.
Chandi, just around the complex, typically wears like her like flowing sort of mage robes, and almost always has like her hair down, and even in here where there's like not a whole lot of natural light going on, her hair still seems to give off that shine enough that it almost looks like she has a halo above her head.
Maybe.
But huh?
Maybe it's Maybelline.
This bitch is Captain Marvel. Holy shit. She's just got a glow.
Yeah, she's got a glow about her, but he leads you to like basically a very white, very sanitary looking room with the MRI machine set up in there. You know what it looks like. Xylia doesn't. Xylia's probably looking at it like, what the shit?
It's a portal to another world.
We're going
And
home.
there's just like a a heavy whirring sound coming from the machine.
Are we gonna fly again?
No. You're just gonna lay down and sit very still. Not because it's dangerous, but because if you don't sit still, then the images don't come through properly.
Zalia doesn't respond. He's staying
How
completely still.
terrifying would this be?
I know.
He's just staying
And-
complete. As soon as he hears you, just stay as still as you can. He's like Drax from Guardians of the Galaxy. He just stands in
Yes.
place.
And Chandi comes in after she's called a few minutes later, and unlike normal, she's actually in like nurse's scrubs and has her hair up in like a ponytail, looking very functional for once. Ed comes over and sort of like pulls out the bed and explains the entire process to you and how there's no danger whatsoever. You'll be perfectly safe. But if you need out, you just squish this little pump here, and we'll stop the machine and pull you out.
I thought
But
I
you
can't
are
move.
perfectly safe. You can move. You can move. There's no danger in moving.
Oh,
It's
thank
simply
God.
that if you move, that we need to start the process over because the images won't work.
Okay, I will try and be as still as I can.
I'll let you. We have a intercom, and I'll let you know if you're moving too much and that you need to stay a bit more still. Just relax.
Okay,
Do you need anything to help you relax? Are you nervous?
a little bit.
Okay. Well, I'll give you a mild sedative then.
Oh no, it's okay.
Feel a
It's
little
okay.
bit
It's
tired.
okay. It's okay. No, I'm good. I'm not nervous anymore.
You sure?
Yeah.
You seem nervous.
No, I'm good.
Are you don't like the prospect of taking a sedative?
I'm good.
Okay.
In before Xylia has a panic attack inside the MRI machine.
He sits up too quick and gives himself brain damage.
So take off any extra robes that you have on.
Woo, get
and lay
down
down
into
on
your
the-
small robes.
oh, okay. I take off my robes and put them down.
She folds them nicely over a table.
Do I have underwear on?
Yes, I assume so.
I'll take off my. I'm kidding.
She lets you lay down on the table, and once you're on it, she sets up like the little plastic thing that holds your head in place, and slowly slides you into the machine until you're just in this big plastic-looking cylinder.
Oh God. Okay. I'm getting claustrophobic in real life.
Dude, I've had these procedures done
Fucking
so
hate
many
this.
times, and every fucking time.
I'm getting
I've had
secondhand
these too.
anxiety
I'm shaking.
from yeah.
I don't like this
You're-
at all.
You'll be okay.
You hear her leave the room, and about half a minute later, okay, I'll be starting now. Be sure to stay still.
Okay.
And there's just a heavy banging sound from the machine, followed by just loud, like, how best is thumping sounds, I think is the best way to describe it, as it just feels like something is spinning around you
Oh God.
and banging against the cylinder just around your fucking head.
So Zali is terrified. I mean, I'll try stay as still as I'm assuming I can stay still.
Make me a Constitution save, I would say,
Okay.
to like not shiver.
Okay.
You're holding shit together. And there's a few rounds of this where the machine stops making noises and she tells you to hold still again, goes again, and just kind of over and over for about 15-20 minutes or so. Until finally,
Zali's gonna
Sorry?
try fall asleep.
if you try your damnedest, you can.
Yeah.
It's very loud, but it's also fairly late in the at night at this point, and you're tired enough from just all the physical exercise. So yeah, you could have yourself a quick 15-minute nap.
Yeah.
Until finally you hear over the intercom, okay, we're done. As you hear her come back into the room and pull the bed out.
That wasn't as bad as I was expecting.
That's what a lot of people say.
Not as bad as the ship. The flying thing.
I could see that
Mm.
with
Do we have
a
to
lack
take
of
that back?
experience. Yes.
Oh,
We could take a boat, but that would take a very long time, and I don't think we actually have any boats readily accessible.
okay. Remy can rowboats really quickly.
We're quite far for a rowboat.
Oh.
I rode across an entire ocean.
I mean, it did take a couple of weeks, but
but you-
still.
You can
did take
go
long.
ahead and get dressed. I'll look over the images and let you know if there's anything that stands out to me, but you seem perfectly healthy. And from what I've seen so far, you've got a good working brain, so
No, I haven't died.
oh, that's a totally other procedure. That's not me. That's Valkyrie's that'll take care of that.
I don't have brain damage though.
Not as far as I can tell. But
Huh.
it's hard to tell.
Okay.
So that's why I need to take a bit more time to look over the images. It's at a cursory glance, no, but I make no promises.
Okay. Kitty!
Get a load of this one.
Kitty!
Thanks for meowing at me from over there.
Wait, I can do that too.
Beautiful.
It sounded like a Yoshi sound, not a cat. What the fuck? Sorry, anyway.
Oh.
I
Anyways.
apologize.
No problem. After that, Valkyries will take you to basically back to his lab effectively, which looks sort of similar to the archive room, but with far less computer machinery lying around. There is like a row of computers to one side, and with a ton of miscellaneous gadgets all hooked up into it, but it's not like it's got like this big server tower in the center of the room.
Okay.
And he brings you over to the computers and has you sit down in a chair. This will be fairly straightforward. It's just going to examine your aura and see if there's any raggedy bits. Shouldn't take long. You won't even feel anything.
Okay.
You just sit there, relax.
You're laughing at Claw. I don't have a raggedy aura, okay?
you got that raggedy ass aura.
Come on.
I'm so glad we were on the same vibe. Then.
Yeah, raggedy ass aura.
Raggedy ass aura.
Get you and your raggedy motherfucking ass aura out of here.
Get on that ship.
So he types away at some of the keys for a bit, and then just sort of watches the screen for about 5-10 minutes after hooking. All he does is just put a bracelet on you.
Okay.
It's just this. It seems to be like solid metal with like a small readout screen on it with a bunch of numbers that don't mean anything to you. But it doesn't seem to be making any noise or doing anything to you as far as you can tell.
Okay.
And eventually Valkyries turns away from the screen and says, nope, you've had a near-death experience. But you didn't actually die from it as far as I can tell. You do, however, have a little bit of damage.
Huh?
Just a small amount. And he reaches out and takes you by the hand that has the claw marks on the fingers and sort of spins it over and inspects it a bit more closely. This is... Are you actively concealing it right now?
I was, but I'll drop the disguise self when he sees it, I guess.
He's even before you're like he's still squinting at it, even though you have the disguise self on.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit of spiritual damage here. Not sure what that's from, but it's very minor. It's nothing major. Maybe a psychic attack in your sleep at some point. Something trying to take a nibble of it out of you.
This was it was done when I had the dream with Ogle and...
Wait, sorry, you had a dream with Orgle? I thought you said she talked to you in a cave.
Well, yeah, but I said to you that she spoke to me in my dream as well.
I didn't catch that. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I must have missed you saying that. So she did this too?
Yeah, if I remember rightly, she came down into like a humanoid form. I mean, she looked way scarier, and then did this. It hurt pretty bad. It felt real, and then I woke up and it was still
it
there.
would hurt pretty bad. The physical manifestation of it is your aura trying to fit your body. This damage is very physical for your aura and therefore is making it appear on your body as if there was something there, but it's not. There's nothing actually there physically. It's
Oh,
complicated.
okay.
Those scars would disappear as soon as your aura is healed,
I see.
which takes time. You go out, have drinks with some friends, just have a general good time enjoying life, and your soul will be right as rain. It's nothing. It just takes time to heal.
So to stop all this, the connection and everything, I just have to enjoy
Been
myself.
prescribed happiness.
Well, so as for the connection, she could only appear to you in your dreams like that if you're God touched. That is indication somewhere in your life you have most definitely met a god somehow
I mean, we've
in
met
person.
you guys and
We're not gods
Senezal,
yet.
if he...
I don't know what Senezal's deal is, but maybe. You would have to physically step into their domain, though.
kind of seemed like we kind of did. It was a really dark room with it moved. You can't leave it, he said.
It's weird. It takes a decent amount of magical prowess to be able to conjure up a way between the material plane and a god's domain. It's fairly locked off, and it can't be done from the inside. So that's interesting. I'm not sure how I managed to do that, if that is indeed me, or why I'd have you come to the domain at all. I guess all will be revealed in time for me, I suppose.
Would there be anything for us to tell if it was you, like a phrase that you say in this time that we could say to you in the other time, and they'd be like, "Oh my god, you've met me before." Like that'd be really cool to be able to tell.
It's an interesting thought. I'm not sure.
I mean, we're not leaving yet. Plenty of time.
Yeah, I'll think of something that realistically only we'd know.
Yeah. You know, flying franks,
Yeah.
waddling franks. I don't know. Just cool things.
I don't give a flying frank.
You
How
will-
about that?
I will try and say that and see if it rings it. Yeah. Well, let's do
All right.
it. Okay.
Perfect. Yeah.
Let me know that now.
It's not a phrase anybody would use normally. It's very
Write that down in my notes.
iconic between us.
Now will Volcrus remember it 40,000 years?
Listen, God remembered.
Give a flying Frank.
I'm putting it in my
God
personality
remember.
traits just so it's right there.
I'm putting it in my. I don't give a flying Frank. What
Yeah.
a good
Defines you as a character.
Yeah.
I don't give a flying frank.
Yeah. I'll try it. And, you know, I mean, maybe he'll look at me funny. Maybe you'll remember. It'll be interesting. Nice little experiment.
As for your connection to Orgel, if this is in fact Orgel, she can't come to you unless she's, I don't want to say invited or welcome, but as long as you don't actively oppose her. If you don't want her to come to you, she can't.
Okay.
But it sounds like from your interactions before, maybe you sort of invited her in
I
to an extent.
Yeah.
So if you don't wish to talk to her anymore, just
Ghost her ass.
make the conscious effort that you don't want to deal with her. Can't say she'll be happy about it. I know her, and she's
Ghosting her with your raggedy ass.
Leave
all
that
She's
bitch on red.
territorial.
Yes.
Okay. I'll bear that in mind. And then to heal my raggedy aura.
Like I said, have some beers with some friends,
Some
enjoy life.
TLC.
A little bit of R&R. You'll be fine.
Wait, what is R&R?
Just get
Rest
the
and
ends
relaxation.
trimmed.
Ah.
Just get the split ends cut.
I just gotta go have a good time.
Treat yourself.
This is a really good outcome. I'm quite happy about this.
Well, I'm glad I could take some stress off your plate.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. And who knows, maybe one day I can thank you in our time and it'll all make sense.
Maybe. We'll see what kind of person I am then.
Well, you probably don't give a flying Frank.
Maybe not. Maybe not. Might be a bit beyond my earthly expectations.
I mean, if you decide you do want to give me the flying Frank, though, I'll,
If I have a Frank in that time, I can only assume that he's still part of my soul, in which case, having a part of a god's soul with you might be complicated, so I can't imagine he'd give it to you.
Yeah, you got a point.
I'd give it to you.
You got a point. Okay. Yep.
Yeah. Chandi's probably still going to be another couple hours with those images, but she'll get back to you when if she sees anything.
Yeah, I'll go to my room and she can let herself in. I won't be as derobed as before.
Yeah, I mean, she's a medical professional. I'm sure she
She had to go through
that
clinical.
in
She's seen
stride.
more dicks than you could imagine.
Yeah,
Sounds good.
one of the
Sounds like a
courses
plan.
in clinical is more dicks than you can imagine, and you just go through.
My best
Okay.
friend went through clinicals, and it was mostly like bathing old people.
Oh, so it's not old dicks than you can imagine.
old withered dicks.
Raggedy dicks.
That's the new fucking instead of Raggedy Ann and Raggedy Andy, it's Raggedy Dick.
If we ever do a spin-off of like fucking just for funsies, like the god stuff, can we call it the raggedy dicks?
Yeah, episode.
Senezal's Archivists and the Raggedy Dicks.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Especially if it's about Zavich, because I feel like he could have a pretty raggedy dick.
He is the raggedy dick.
Yeah, true.
Jesus Christ.
But yeah, I will.
A lot of things have happened I never expected to come to witness in a D&D game, to be honest.
Yeah.
I'm
This
glad
whole-
we-
Isn't it
I'm
fucking
glad we're
great
here.
though? Yeah,
I'm
it's
glad
so
we are
good.
here.
This is just pure D&D. I love it.
Imagine if you just completely passed over the door. Just imagine. It could have happened.
Fucking raggedy ass door.
Um,
Yeah.
But yeah, shortly after you return to your room, Chandi does come up to talk to you.
No, I was hoping
And has
she
you
did.
sit down, on the edge of your bed, and starts sort of pointing out on the images certain dark spots and says, "I thought these were just faults initially in the images. Maybe you weren't holding still enough, but it's
I fell asleep. I was holding pretty still.
repetitive enough to indicate that yes, there is damage.
Oh.
Fairly consistent with stroke victims or possibly drowning victims.
I can't imagine drowning. I hate the water. I would never have gone near it, I don't think.
Well, I'm no psychiatrist, but typically if you have a phobia for something, there's a good reason behind it.
That's a lot to think about.
Unfortunately, this means that there's not a whole lot I can do. It's maybe the memories will come back in time. The more things come up and remind you, and the neural pathways will eventually rebridge. But the brain's a delicate thing. If you damage it, it doesn't bounce back very easily.
There's nothing you can do at all?
I could cast a couple spells on you, see if something helps.
I mean, I have no idea what else to do if you guys don't think you can do anything. So maybe...
Modern medicine has its limits when it comes to something like this. There's a couple spells I can think of, but it'll be a matter of luck and also how long it's been since the injury. At this point, something like Regenerate, which typically is pretty good about restoring cell damage, might simply register these damaged parts of your brain as the way your brain is now. It depends on how far along it is in being healed itself. If your brain has started to identify these parts as just dead zones, then attempting to have magic heal it, your brain's just going to interpret it as part of it. I can still try. It doesn't really cost me anything.
It's worth a try. And if it doesn't work, I mean, trying to jog my memory, trying to remember do anything in future? Is it just a lost cause? What?
I think trying to remember is good. This is not my field of expertise, but I think the more you expose yourself to things that you can remember, the things you can remember about your past, if any, the more pathways might realign or create new bridges that will access that information.
Out of character, I think the only thing that I actually do remember is Baskman, right? Like,
yeah,
that was just a place.
That's a big memory for you.
Okay. Then, yeah, I mean, anything would help, and then I guess it's on me.
Okay. Well, I'll cast a spell on you now before you go to bed. It's going to take a lot out of you, and most of the spells juice will happen within an hour or so.
Okay.
If nothing happens after an hour, then that's all I've got in terms of actual treatment. After that, it's a wait and see deal.
Well, thank you.
Anytime.
Appreciate it.
And she places a hand on your shoulder, and you can feel this sort of warm, this light warm feeling spread throughout your body, and you can feel a lot of the soreness in your muscles from working out over the day with Horatius, and a lot of the mental exhaustion you've been dealing with from learning earlier in the day begin to wane and just sort of leave you with this peaceful whole feeling. Small little cuts and bruises that you may have accumulated through training as well, you can clearly see them disappearing. And as she stands up, she looks back at you again and says, I'd go to sleep and see the results in the morning at best. It's pretty late, and Horatius will most likely kick your ass in the morning if you're too tired to work.
Yeah, that sounds like a plan.
The spell may also take a little bit out of you, so don't be surprised if the second your head hits the pillow, you just go to sleep.
Okay. Sounds good. And I will, when I've seen her, I'll put everything on the side counter, including like the symbol of Ogle and anything at all that has any kind of attachment. And I'll just go lay in bed.
All right. Just want to check one thing real quick.
Is it if it's time for Remy to go and have this awkward conversation that she's hoping?
Yes,
he's
I was
hoping
really
we
Not
can
in
hoping
the
have
for
middle
about?
of
this.
the night.
Well,
That
it's
can
not the
wait.
middle. This could be happening while the first stuff with me was
After
happening.
learning that Savage.
Yo,
wants to
Remy
fuck
over
me,
here.
I'm
Remy
not
over here
going to find him in the middle of the
creeping
night.
up to Savage's door in the middle.
No,
I've
no,
been
no,
looking
no.
forward to this. For the past hour, I've been like, oh yes, here we go.
No.
Um,
Remy would wait until the next day.
Xylia, I will say the following morning, as you're like, okay, can I think of anything that I couldn't remember? And you're like trying desperately to think about your past. Two things come to mind.
Oh.
Nothing like there's not like there are almost still images that you can sort of see in your mind.
Okay.
One of them is of you in a courtroom talking to what appears to be the gathered people within the court. You can't remember what you're saying or what you're doing, but you remember possibly explaining something to them.
Okay.
And you can, the reason why you know it's a courtroom specifically is because you can see the big symbol of Cargone emblazoned above the front door of this building.
Gotcha.
On the inside, mind you. The other thing you can remember is a man in dark robes, seemingly much taller than you. You think from this perspective you might have been a child, who has a holster on his belt that seems to be perfect for holding a spell book. Just walking away from you. And those are the only two images that come to mind as you're trying to claw any memory that comes to mind from your mind.
Walking away from you and your raggedy ass motherfucking soul.
Damn.
God
Could I
damn
see
it.
his
He's
face,
just
or
going
is it
out for
just the back
cigarettes. He'll
image?
be back
Yeah,
in 10 minutes.
he's gonna go get some
Pop
milk
for milk.
down at the corner store.
Is it just the back image, or do I see like the face or the stature, or?
Go ahead and make me an investigation check.
A
Whoa,
dream
good at this.
investigation.
Hopefully.
You're like trying to remember specific aspects of the memory. No, it's
Okay.
actually pretty good.
Ooh.
Ooh.
You only see a back image of him, but his head is slightly turned towards you, despite the fact that he has his hood up. You can see locks of black hair and a sharply sort of angled face, not too dissimilar from your own. You also can see out of the corner of your eye, in one hand, you're holding the book that you currently possess.
The one that I've possessed for a
the one
while.
with the, yeah.
Does the face look dissimilar to anyone else's, or just mine?
It's similar to yours, but it doesn't ring a bell for anybody else's. No.
Okay. Damn. I have no idea what to do with those memories, so I'll just try ponder them as I go about the rest of the day, and I guess the thing that Xylia would do is just continuously try and remember, but not to the point of like exhausting himself.
Okay. Remy, you had a conversation you wanted to have.
Okay, so I'm definitely waiting until the next day.
Mm.
Yeah, you're not gonna go knock on his door at like 1
No.
a.m.
No, I'm not. Nope. I'm gonna go to bed. I'm not gonna sleep very much. And, the next day, I guess like whenever I have free time, I'm going to, I'm gonna go. I'm just gonna wait. He'll show up eventually, right?
Pretty much, yeah.
So I'm just gonna sit
Around
and,
breakfast time before training, he's in the dining room.
and When he comes in, I'm just gonna say, I'm gonna motion for him to like come sit next to me.
He sees you doing this, looks over at you, looks over at Darnua, and goes before walking over to you and sitting down.
I love this boy. Oh my goodness.
Okay,
You rang?
it it doesn't help that like Remy is like now super embarrassed, so like he's blushing, like he looks very awkward.
How does a Triton blush? Does it become
I-
red?
He
Does it become
probably has
darker blue?
a little purple. I don't know.
Probably
Lore
purple.
Master, that's up to you.
I'd say probably a darker blue.
Okay, well he's flushed. Good morning, Savage.
Good morning. Is there any particular reason why we're on speaking terms now after being ignored for so long?
I haven't ignored you.
No, you've rebuffed me. I suppose there's a bit of a difference.
I promised. Siley talked to me last night,
Mm-hmm.
and has made me aware.
Oh no. Aware of what exactly? Could have sworn I told him specifically that I didn't need him to talk to you about anything.
Well, he seemed concerned for
Oh, did he?
you.
Hmm.
Uh,
For me specifically.
mm,
Concerned about what about me exactly?
he said that you have been flirting with me, which it is kind of obvious.
I
And
make no secret of it.
and that you wanted to have some fun and something about your mortality.
Okay, so maybe the way I worded it came off a little desperate, but that's not and like you can see that now he's starting to blush a little bit.
Still human.
So yes, because well, two things. I'm aware of my current predicament and what will happen in the near future for me, and I'm also aware that you're not going to be staying. You're going off and doing your own thing shortly, I presume. So there's nothing that can happen here in terms of like a lasting thing, and that's not really my bag anyways. I'm getting sidetracked. I'll be honest. You're very beautiful. And I've always had a bit of a soft spot for beautiful boys. And it's very unlike me to be this forward about it or to speak plainly like this, but because there's very little time left for me to do so, ever, I figure maybe try being honest for once, right? What could it hurt? So yes, there's the fun aspect to it, but there's also the idea of possibly once before I never have the opportunity to do it again, there might be the chance at a connection. But I understand entirely if that's not your thing.
I mean, I always appreciate honesty. Here's the thing. What kind of connection are we talking about? Because the connection that you're talking about and the connection that Xylia was talking about might be two different kind of
So when I talked
connection.
to Xylia, I may have been a bit more crass about said connection. Not to say that that connection's not also an avenue I'd like to explore. Both.
Both. Okay. Is this because when you guys were talking, he blew you a kiss as me? Is that
He
where?
did that at the end of the conversation. He left and blew me a kiss.
Okay.
He did surprise me though by initially sitting down and pretending to be you, which definitely threw me off my game.
Well, he can be funny sometimes.
Oh yes, it was a great prank, just unsettling. Not that he's unattractive, just not what I was expecting when I was that close.
See all the pores and everything.
He's a bit scruffier than I typically enjoy.
I prefer the term raggedy, thank you.
That raggedy asshole motherfucker, straggling beard.
For the rest of you, by the way, none of you can hear this conversation, but you can all see Chandi right now. Chandi's face is beet red, and she's looking down at her cereal and eating, like her eyes completely averted, but very clearly listening.
Oh
Listening
my God,
to what
yeah,
Zavich
she's
is
like
saying.
fucking like the most concentrated. Like,
It's the most intense bowl of cereal she's ever had.
Yeah.
I love the.
Okay, and like Remy like can't look Savage in the eyes right now. He is like totally dark blue. He's like picking at his breakfast. Very obviously flustered. Okay, I'll be honest with you. This situation has never happened to me before. I don't really know what to make of it. I'm not about the connecting.
I see.
This is awkward because like the you from our time I don't know much about, but it wasn't particularly good. And now I'm in this time and I'm finding out that you are Chandi's brother and that makes you important, but
you see him go.
Remy doesn't see because he's not looking at Savage right now.
He's not sure what to make of that.
I'm very flattered and
I think I get it. It's not, you're not interested. It's not gonna happen. It's okay. You could leave it at
I'm
that.
sorry. I know that I hate to like hurt your
No,
feelings.
It's fine.
I think
It's
you're
fine.
cool. You're super great.
It's
You've
fine.
been so nice to me, teaching me how to use the gun.
Truly fine. I didn't expect anything. It's been harmless flirting. Xylia coming to talk to me was more than I expected at all about it, and then him telling you and us having this conversation has been honestly super flustering. I've never really laid it out like that ever for anyone, and now I'm very embarrassed that I'm...
For nobody?
No. Not like that. I've definitely played around with people, but not sort of explained my intentions and such that way. It's fine. It's fine. It's not gonna happen. Good day, and I will see you at training.
I said good day, sir.
You got a crush?
And I appreciate your honesty with me and letting me off the hook, as it were.
Think of Zavich every time you wield the hilt of that blade.
Well, that's like even the most awkward part because like he has the blade equipped.
He has the sword.
This is a girthy hilt.
Oh my god!
Oh.
My poor little heart can't take much more, guys. Like,
Oh my god!
Becky and I over here have been on a roller coaster of emotion and out of character chat in Discord.
Oh, really? I can't check it. Hold on.
Holy shit! That's a girthy hilt.
are you sure this isn't the? Are you sure this isn't the like Dodgy spin-off
I will say, okay.
episode?
As Savage is leaving, Remy's gonna be like, just so you know, I don't think less of you.
I appreciate that. He calls like without looking back and just continues power walking out of the dining room.
Have a good day. I'll see you at firearms practice.
And you can, now that you're like not invested in the conversation, you can see Chandi's like her face is practically in her cereal bowl, and the only thing that you can really make out of her general like look is her ears, and they are bright red and practically on fire. Everybody else seems to have just kind of watched you talk to him at like some point and noticed that you're actually talking civilly for once. And then the most concerning part for pretty much anybody there, especially the rest of the 9 that are there, is watching him power walk out flushed beet red.
It's not like I like you or anything, Baka. Like, what is happening?
It was just, I like how he's like, it's just harmless flirting, but then he's like, you're the only person I've ever like not just wanted to fuck her.
I mean, obvious, like, you could make me an insight check about the harmless flirting part.
Oh my god.
Come on,
How
be
can he
good.
teach firearms when every shot he shoots he misses?
I had to say it, dude.
Oh no. Oh, fuck, I missed
Yeah,
that. That's
It
so
was just
good.
harmless flirting, obviously.
How can he teach fire?
That's the result of your insight check, by the way. That embarrassment is merely his embarrassment at striking out, obviously.
That was intense.
You could now see though that Darnua like watched him power walk out and is just
Remy just pushes his breakfast and just like slams his face. And then he like jumps back up. He's like, oh wait, and I chase after him.
okay.
What? It's still going? We get a part 2? I'm gonna go get some popcorn.
There's a sequel here.
Yo, I
when
love it.
Remy's out and out of earshot, Chandi just sits up from her cereal, looks back over at everybody else. What the fuck?
Savage, wait.
What? Is it? Yeah.
There's hope. There's hope. There's hope. Quick, Remy, kiss
Oh
him.
no, it's gonna be the question.
I
Right.
forgot. Xylia told me something else. He wanted me to ask you, what? Why are you like?
Oh.
Yes, Xylia. What?
What? He wanted to know what you thought, the child of Savage meant.
Preposterous.
Remy, are you asking?
I would never consciously fornicate with. I would never consciously fornicate with somebody who could actually bear me a child.
Are you lying to me?
It must be an expression. I have absolutely no interest in women whatsoever. They are very pretty, but they're like just zero interest in that sense.
Okay, sorry. That was probably really invasive, wasn't it?
It's fine. I wish maybe the two things one had come before the other one, but
I'm sorry.
clearly less important and therefore slipped your mind, right?
Remy just goes beat blue and turns around and walks back.
Beat blue.
Beat blue.
Love that.
Oh Jesus!
He
I
can't
thought you
hold
were
on
gonna
to
go
his
for
beats right now.
Smurf Blue, like.
When you go back in, the first thing you see is Chandi is now over next to Darnua, and they are intensely whispering together.
He just looks at him, and he is just like very obviously embarrassed, and he's just looking at them like he doesn't know what to do with his life, and he just like before he goes and like sits back at his table and just like is staring at his breakfast like he's not eating.
Horatius, Cargone is definitely like taken aback by this whole thing. Valkyries is just like, guys, what the shit? And Horatius is just totally fucking indifferent. He's eating, and now I guess you guys have seen Horatius at this point because you would have seen him actually eating. So without his armor on, and he appears, as far as you could tell, to be Gyaraduin with just a shaved head, but he's huge for a Gyaraduin. Oh no, he's hot.
He's a
That
big
was
old boy.
That was the romance
boy.
arc of My Hero Academia.
After
Very far.
You did
after
this.
a moment of your embarrassment sitting at that table with your breakfast pushed away, Chandi will get up and move over to you and
Oh.
sit down very tentatively next to you and be like, "Are you okay?"
I'm fine.
You sure?
What are you talking about? Are you okay? You were like eating your cereal bowl. I'm sorry. That was such an
He's my
unnecessary.
brother, and unfortunately, I can hear things very well. So it was.
God.
I'm sorry, but I couldn't just. I tried to tune it out as best I could, but it was.
I'm sorry.
I know him, and that was.
I
Very
think I hurt your
embarrassing
brother's.
for him.
No, it's not his fault.
That doesn't matter. He's very, very vain.
I just feel bad.
You shouldn't. You can't do something you're not comfortable with.
Well, I know, but I know what kind of like I know how he's seen in our time, and I get what he's saying when like he has limited time, and I just and I obviously didn't
Yeah, but
handle
that's-
that very well, and he's your brother, and I feel bad.
Don't think of him as my brother in respect to me. I'm simply saying it from a standpoint of understanding him. His
don't
and
think he's
his
a
and I
bad
relationship
guy.
should have absolutely no correlation on you. As for how you handled it, I mean,
I've never been in that
how
position before.
yeah, if you've never been in that position, how are you supposed to handle it? I've never handled anything like that. I wouldn't even know
No.
where to start. Do you think I have time for that? No. I Oh God, I'm sorry. It's it's a little weird. Just because he doesn't have much time left doesn't mean that he's entitled to anything, or that you should feel bad for not providing an experience in which he's duped himself out of. It's his own damn fault that he was never emotionally available for anybody else. So don't put this on you. This is on him entirely.
Okay.
Maybe these were the events that led him to spiral out of control.
No, it is your fault.
Oh no!
Oh no.
Oh no!
Okay,
no,
I
no,
just-
no.
As for, like, seriously, don't. I'm actually kind of more uncomfortable that you view my relationship with him and my relationship with you as some sort of barrier between you and him. Please don't.
No. It's not that. It's like it's actually like the opposite. Like I didn't know a lot about Savage in my time, and like I thought like this sword that I found that had both of your symbols was like really bad, and now I've learned that like you guys are siblings and I shouldn't fear this symbol and this part of the, like I feel like I've got an understanding and a respect for him. I just it seems like it just made you feel really awkward, and like I don't like making anybody feel really awkward.
I felt awkward because I was overhearing something I clearly wasn't meant to overhear, and I had no reasonable way of not hearing it without drawing more attention to the fact that I could hear it.
Did
And obviously I
everybody
didn't
else
handle
hear
that
it?
very well. I don't think they heard it, but they certainly could tell there was something going on it's not a big room.
You're right.
Lil room.
I'm just closer, and I've spent a lot of time honing my perception. Darnera might have heard it, maybe, as well.
Wow, do you think she's mad at me because like she kicked him out of the kitchen and everything, and now like we just had.
No, you're allowed to do whatever you want. She kicks him out because she doesn't like him.
Okay, it's fine. Everything's fine.
Where he's, typically very loose and wild with his exploits. Darnua has only ever been in love with one person and only ever been interested in one person that way. And I think his behavior of late has drawn a little bit of that resentment up for her. Jesus Christ, guys.
I'm not even following the thread. Like,
Me either. Hold
like
on.
is fan fiction being written yet? Like,
No, not yet.
It's not far off.
It's getting there.
Only with permission.
Yeah, Darno hasn't been kicking him out to. I mean, maybe in part she's been kicking him out to protect you, but I think in large part she just doesn't want to deal with his antics right now. She's she's still sort of in grieving, so it's
She misses
Little bit
her
of
boo.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry you had to see that and that it was awkward.
I probably could have handled it better too. So-
I'm okay. I'm fine. I'm
Okay.
just embarrassed.
Understandably.
There's like I'm flattered, but then also it's kind of like I'm not interested. There's a mix of emotions happening.
Fair enough. Damn it. Fuck, you guys are terrible as I'm trying to focus.
You thirsty
Oh.
boy.
It's the thirstiest motherfucker.
Well, if you need to talk, I'm around. I don't know how comfortable you'll be talking about it with me, but the
No.
offer's there.
Thank you. That's too kind. I'm really okay. I don't think there's anything to talk about. I feel like my eyes have been opened and I feel like within the span of since I came here and met him for the first time till now, like I've just seen him in many different lights.
Could have seen him in more.
Such as the dim light of only candles.
Yes. Fragrant flowers.
Yeah.
But I'm okay. You don't have to worry about me.
Okay. Well, I will pester you no longer about it.
You could never pester me.
Oh, I could, but I won't.
No.
But
No.
yeah, my door's always open as a friend or medical professional if he does anything. I don't know. Should be an interesting practice, I think, later today. So have fun with that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
She'll pick up her bowl and after like a brief moment of consideration, just pats you on your head and walks back over to where she was sitting before.
Remy forces himself to eat a little bit of breakfast because he knows he's gonna need it for when Horatius kicks his ass later today. And is gonna shred firearm practice, which is going to be an awkward disaster.
Yeah, the rest of the day is pretty normal, but the firearm practice, Zavich doesn't exactly ignore you as much as like unless you directly address him, which I'm assuming you don't very often. He doesn't even actually physically ever look at you. His eyes seem to just completely avoid looking directly at you ever. And
I
yeah,
feel like if we're all doing that together too, no, or did we all get this?
no.
Or no, it's just
more like
okay.
private
Thankfully,
tutoring.
no.
You each kind of like take
Talking
turns.
firearms.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kyothi and Remy were doing the firearms, I think.
Mm-hmm.
You guys, so you and Xylia were also you're all being taught everything. It's just a matter of how much you were able to pick up because neither of you have proficiency in martial weapons. It didn't stick very well.
Yeah.
Pew pew.
Pew pew.
It's much more because they're not just teaching you like he's not just taking you to a shooting range and letting you shoot things. Like he's teaching you maintenance,
Yeah.
which is far more complicated.
I like to
maintenance
think
going from like a musket all the way up to like their more advanced Elysium powered weapons.
I like to think
Mhm.
Xylia's brain process of not remembering is, oh, you have to clean yours after using it? No, thank you. It
Yeah.
just goes out of the head.
Well, especially when he's
I'm
explaining the muskets and showing you that you need to clean out the tube after every
Mhm.
shot, put some black powder in it.
I'm sorry. Okay. I'm just
Not like that,
day-
you
the
freaking...
first
No,
day
not
of
clean out that thing.
Oh,
Wait, what?
the first day of practice with Remy. You
Oh,
gotta
the
clean
most
up.
like exactly, like it is the most like I just imagine that initially it is the most like sensual like and Remy's completely oblivious to it. So Savage
He's
is
like,
Remy's
he's
just
like holding the
copying,
butt of
yeah?
the gun between his legs and slowly polishing the barrel.
Remy's like,
And,
oh, so I
like-
hold it like this too, right?
And like now that like Remy is like semi-aware in this practice, like he's just having like flashbacks of all the other flashbacks.
He's
Yeah,
it's all
Oh my
it's like
god, like it was so
Comparatively,
obvious.
Zavich is like super tame this time. Like there's zero flirting, there's zero innuendo whatsoever. Everything is matter of fact, showing you
See?
exactly how to break down the rifle into its multiple components and clean each part.
Tell ya, as awkward as it was, I was
Anytime
fucking
they have to
right.
work together, it's like very awkward. It's like, okay, yeah, you do that.
He's very like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, put it all back together, and then being like, all right, now you.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He like Remy like also like is embarrassed and doesn't want to look, but also like he notices that like he's being treated differently and he's just like aware of it.
Oh, it's
he's
all you,
like-
all both of you can clearly think about is just how fucking awkward this is right now.
The sexual tension, holy.
Yeah.
It's
Cut it with a
gone.
knife.
It's gone.
No, it's there. Cut it with a
It's-
knife.
It definitely
now
still
it's
exists.
Force it.
Now
We'll
Now-
force it.
It's just awkward tension now. It's
Yeah.
not like
Well, it
Um,
feels like it's probably sexual tension still from him, but awkward tension from you as well. It's like the Harry Potter battle with Voldemort where the ones meet in the middle with the magic. It's like that.
Fletch, how are we doing for time for you? Do you need to be up early tomorrow for work?
I start at 2 tomorrow, so it's not as bad. I'm just conscious of my neighbours, that's all.
Okay. There's just one last thing then that I want to get done before next session because it
That's
will
fine.
influence what needs to be done between now and next Saturday.
Ooh.
So as your stay comes to an end, an important decision weighs on Nori.
Yes.
The only thing I was gonna have Nori talk to Remy, but we
Okay,
had all
yeah.
of this other stuff. So I mean, if we have time to do that,
Yep,
every
go for it.
Go
Okay.
for it.
Pizza
What
might arrive,
kind?
but I can eat and
right?
but
But I can even watch this next part. Oh my god. Damn, Savage is looking like really tasty. Like, no, I'm just kidding. I'm joking.
Dear God.
No, at some point after she talks to, is it Valkyries? I always
Yeah.
mess up the way I pronounce his name. Okay. After she talks to him, Nori kind of is really pensive and like remembers because Remy was the one that like came and talked to her right after the whole thing with Shinob and like getting her powers, which was literally also just a couple days ago ish, kind of, I guess a couple weeks now, depending. But and so she
Yeah, it's been about like you're at the end of 2 weeks at this point.
much like everyone else does when they're conflicted about religion, they go to Remy.
So what happens when you don't have an actual cleric in the party? They go to the paladin instead.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Bless me, Father, for I have sinned. It has been like over here. So yeah, so I guess at some point, like maybe during one of the evenings when stuff's not super busy, she'll like go knock on Remy's door. Or find him.
knocking on Remy's door.
Remy's door. or
Who is it?
wherever he may be. It's me. No, it's Nori. Nori
Yeah.
is me.
Hey Nori, I let her in.
And
What's up?
me.
And me. Oh, you know, not a whole lot. Nori just goes and like sits on Remy's bed. Like they're buddies, so she's like not, you know, she's making herself at home.
not
Remi's
formal
having
about it.
deja vu and is thinking she's gonna.
PTSD. I talked to Valkyries today, kind of more about that conversation that he and I had when I was first here. you know, like the whole like, oh, like let me use this power, and then oh, like I'm gonna black out, and then it's like, oh, like really bad dreams, and then it's like, oh, big old evil god guy giving you your powers, you know, which is a little intense. But I know that we talked. It's kind of weird, right? Because like literally just a couple weeks ago, it was, oh, I went to sleep. Oh, I talked to Shanove. Like, oh, cool Shanove power. Anyways, so Valkyrie's talked to me, and I guess I have two options, and I don't feel like you have to help me with this if you don't want to, but I know that we talked before, and I feel like that was kind of helpful. So I thought maybe
Well,
we could talk again.
Yeah, of course. I'm always willing to help, but what are the options? What are you thinking?
So one is I can stay how I am, and I guess through my actions fix things or like make things better over time. But at the end of the day, like the power would still be, I guess, from Big K, but almost like from Big K, but funneled through Shanove. I don't like a big KS. I don't know. And then the other thing, and it does not sound pleasant, but like neither side is very pleasant. And the other thing is he basically said that he could like rip it out of me, like remove it.
That
Like,
sounds violent.
yeah, he said it's like doesn't hurt. Well, he said that it'll be uncomfortable for him.
He said it hurts,
Okay, he said it
said
really
it
hurts.
but there's no chance of death. Is what he said.
Yeah, he said that one really hurts, but there's no chance of death. So it's not like how I was thinking, where it's like, like you just kind of dupe Big K and like replace it, right? So it'll be like all gone. Which is what I want, but I don't know, that's kind of scary. It's all scary. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
it definitely sounds all scary. I mean, obviously, I don't know much about this power of yours and how it's affected you, but it seems really important to you.
It's good and it's bad, and that's the hard part about it, because if I lose it, like what am I gonna be? Like what?
You'd be you, right?
Yeah,
Like,
but it's part of what like makes me powerful, and it's part of what lets me help protect you guys. Usually, sometimes.
I mean, you can always find other ways to get those powers. I mean, for me, it's taking an oath. I'm sure Shanove would be willing. I mean, here's the thing. I think that your power, whether sometimes it's bad or sometimes it's good, like, you know, it doesn't have to define you. You're you, right? And your power is your power. And I think that you're fine just the way that you are with that power. But I think if you choose to get rid of it, you're not, like, you can still be you. It's just the things that you can do are different. And so I think if you choose to keep your power, Shanove seems pretty willing to help you out. Obviously, we're here to help you out. And I don't think you deciding to keep it, whatever effect it's had on you, in the past, like
What
like
what if it makes me very powerful. It protects you guys, but it could hurt you guys. Sometimes it hurts people. And not right
Is that the
people.
part about it that bothers you so much?
Yeah. It's, I don't know, it just happens. Like I don't have control over it, and I don't want to go through things, but I'm afraid of being left weaker for it. I'm just struggling with that.
It sounds kind of like maybe you struggle with the aspect of that control, right? Like you're weaker, you won't have control over the situations that you could before, but then you didn't seem to have control over what you had in the first place, right? So
yeah, but I don't want, but I wasn't useless.
I don't think you'll be useless with or without that power. I mean, again, you've got Shanov backing you up. You've got skills that you've learned here. Skills can always be learned in time. You're obviously good in battle and you're smart, and I think you pick up on things very quick. And it's, if you took a couple of steps back for this decision, it's not like it's not like if, I mean, we could go back and you could have nothing and you can have no powers and no weapons and no skills, and I would still travel with you.
Yeah, but
like
we're trying to go back to fight a giant dragon
yeah, but I don't think
monster.
I really don't think you're gonna be useless. I think, like I said, even if you had nothing, you bring a lot of intelligence to the group. You bring a lot of, like, you're very charismatic. You can get a lot of information. Like, even if you had nothing, you would not be useless. So to go back and you have Shanov backing you up, and you have all of the items that you still have, and you have all of the wisdom and knowledge that you still have, you, like, I cannot think of any possibility of us going back and you being useless. I don't. I fail to see that possibility, and I refuse to see it, because I think neither of the options you've listed to me come across as you losing everything that you have. And even if you did, we look for more power somewhere, right? Like, that's not, we can talk to Senezal, we can talk to Shanov, we can talk to Chandi or Darnua, we can go weapon shopping. Like, there's a bunch of options, and I think you fearing being useless is not, like, from my perspective, that's not going to happen. No matter what, that's not going to happen. And I think power is something that you can gain, but a sense of self comfort and really feeling safe with your power and feeling good about yourself, that's harder to come by. And I think you should think about which of the options would make you feel happier with yourself and your being, and any power that surrounds that, if it's not with you still, when we leave, we go out and find it. That's maybe I think too simply, but I just like power is easy, happiness is hard, right?
I want to cross stitch that and put it over a mantle. Sorry, out of character. No, yeah, that makes sense.
I think whatever you want to do, you would have, like, obviously I just support you making the choice that you want to make, that you don't feel obligated to make, and I think everybody else would feel the same. And if you, I know you said that one of them will be really painful, and that is really scary, but think about the times you've been knocked out in battle. Think about the times
Yeah, those
that
are really scary.
yeah, but it's temporary. You know, I can heal you. Like everybody on this island can heal you, and it sucks that you would have to experience pain. You shouldn't have to do that, but like we're not gonna like it's gonna be done and over, and then you have the rest of forever. You know, it's a temporary pain, and you know, you've got a bunch of healers around, so you shouldn't worry about being in pain for too long, I guess.
No, I think you're right. That makes sense.
But if you don't want to do it and you decide to keep your powers and have Shinob work with you on that, then like, you know, that's just a bit of patience, right? To sit there and learn it, and bad
Yeah,
things.
I'm just scared of the interim, right? If something happens.
I can understand.
Okay. Well, I think that helped. I think it helped me clear things up in my own head. So I appreciate you
Yeah, no problem.
allowing me to come and talk to you.
I'm sorry that I couldn't give you like a this is the right answer, but I think the right answer is the one that you pick.
That makes sense. Yeah. I'll think about it a little bit longer, but thank you. And she'll lean in and give him like a big old squeeze hug.
I'd give her a hug.
Yeah. And then she'll kind of stand up and be like, all right, well, I'm going to go think on this longer.
I believe you and I believe in you.
Well, I
Thank
guess
you,
that begs the question then, Nori. What do you plan to
She
do?
goes straight to Valkyrie's and she's like, get it out of me.
Okay.
Get rid of it. Get rid of it.
Oh shit.
All right. I'll drop the spell necessary. It's gonna take me a couple days. But I'll figure
You're
it
sure
out.
you're going to be okay, though?
Yeah. It'll hurt, but that's nothing new. I've been through worse.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to effectively channel what I take out of you through me. And when two souls pass through one another, it's they don't fit in the same vessel. Sort of like it's like psychically having something too big inside your own head.
Interesting.
But anyways,
Can I
I'll
help?
figure it out.
Is there anything I can do to help?
Yeah, you could kind of, I guess, if you want to be my lab assistant for a bit.
I get one of those coats.
All right. So I've explained to you a little bit about the arcane so
Did you
far
just
and how
ignore
we.
me? I asked if I got a coat.
Oh, sorry. If you're in his lab, he does have he has lab coats. So yeah, if you want to grab one
I put a
inside his
lab
lab.
coat over the coat that has the furry hood that I usually wear.
Okay. He doesn't even blink at this. He's spent the past 2 weeks around you constantly. He knows you at this point. Like he's not at all fazed by your antics.
Mhm.
I mean, keep in mind he works with 8 of the wackiest fucking people on the planet currently.
Yeah.
Very
And
true.
the whole process, like while we're getting stuff prepared and everything like that, Nori kind of starts. She's like very visibly like anxious and nervous, right? Like whenever she first gets in there, but then as she typically does, like tries to start like relieving that anxiety through like
And he's talking to you very like
being
matter of
silly.
factly through everything too. So it's like he's taking a very educational approach to this and being like super calm and collected about it, and sort of just like trying to keep you centered on the educational aspect of this.
And Nori's like, so if I go back and I can't fight this dragon because I'm like
I wouldn't worry too much
super
about
weak,
that.
do I yell at you? Do I write like a complaint with Chanel? Like who?
I wouldn't worry about that. As it is, with the power that you guys have, you don't stand a chance. That's why we've given you directions as to
Okay.
where to go. So whatever I do here, that's not going to make the difference.
Okay. Is there like a 30-day free trial where I can like you know?
we don't have 30 days. Us, the 9, need to get started on the next phase within the next 2 or 3 days.
No,
So
I just mean if I go back and I don't like it, can I be like, hey, like, here you go.
Return it.
I suppose you could try talking to
If it doesn't
Big
fit
K.
me. That sounds not a good idea. I tried to talk to
Yeah.
Big K here. He doesn't seem like a very nice person.
He's not.
Bit of a dick.
Okay.
But yeah, you remember in your education so far when we were talking about spells, we have a ranking system, right? We give them effectively a level associated with them, how much power they require to use, your understanding of magic and whatnot. So we've got level 1 spells through well, I guess for you guys probably level 1 through 3 is what we've touched on so far.
Mm-hmm.
All right. This spell's a level 11.
Ooh, we're turning it to 11.
Yeah, these ones go to 11.
Fuck.
Now I already have the majority of this figured out because I thought you might come back to me with this choice.
It's very studious of you.
Pattern association. But it's not done. So I just need a few more finishing touches on it. And you can help. Though you might find it to be at times a little out of your wheelhouse, but maybe you can kind of just make sure that I'm writing the script right. Double check it for me and make sure that the letters look right according to you. Cool.
That's good.
So he'll
Nori
spend the
immediately
next-
regrets it because Valkyrie has doctor handwriting. No, I'm just kidding.
No, his he writes every arcane letter flawlessly, and you double checking this
Fabulous.
stuff is pretty much a formality because this is how he spends his time.
It's like you let your kid brother play video games with you and you unplug his controller.
Yeah. Effectively, yes. He's doing this to help you stay calm and stay collected more so than actually needing any help.
Makes sense.
But he explains everything as he's going along, and it is like your level of understanding of magic is here. He's talking about something that's like off the camera.
But I nod and I act like I understand everything, like just completely, as I do.
Yeah. He's talking about how technically he's removing your soul from your body for a briefest of moments before basically hacking out the part of Big K and sucking it in through himself. And how this entire process in your time would
back
be
on the menu. No, I'm just
Gonna say,
this
it's
entire
kinda
process
hot.
in your time would be entirely impossible because there simply isn't enough concentration of weave to manifest this sort of magic or to maintain control of it for as long as he needs it to be. Unless you were to use maybe a giant Elysium crystal. But doing so would cause it to short after the briefest of moments. And he goes on to explain how your soul is so entangled with all this magic that it's not even so much a hacking as much as like he needs to grab the smallest bit of it and just yank it out of you.
Mm-hmm.
He explains this is more brute force than finesse.
Yeah, like these visual depictions are really making me feel quite confident about my choice. He's like, you are this plant. Part of your soul is this plant, and I'm going to rip it out of the.
It's more like you have the roots of another plant like wrapped around your soul, and he has to just yank that other plant off of you. But after through he does this basically all night, and like I assume at some point you have to take a nap, and when you wake up he puts you right back to work again.
I have to use the restroom really bad. Can I pee really quick? And then...
Yep.
I was like, I've been waiting for this all session.
I know, I keep like getting up. I have like no bladder capacity today.
Of course you are, Becky. Of course you are.
I do it. I won't stop you.
God damn.
This session has been everything.
I didn't go into this session expecting to have a ship, but here we are.
I'm not gonna lie, right? This is everything I didn't realize I needed.
Welcome to D&D with me. Honestly, every single game I run has at some point something fucking stupid like this happens.
Oh, I hope there's plenty more of this stupid.
I'm so happy it happened. It's so funny. He's like super popular.
In my Sunday campaign, I have somebody who's managed to romance and practically marry a dragon.
Let's go.
He full on donkeyed that dragon.
I saw before you said it.
I could barely see him in the background in the darkness.
Hi, Dad.
But yeah, we have that. We have what was it? We have Luca adopted 2 baby dragons, and or not adopted, sorry, somebody else adopted the 2 baby dragons, but she's basically their babysitter. And one of them, as he grew older, began to grow a crush on her character, which has been just fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
It's always like when it's unexpected, right? It's like you never know what's gonna happen to your character. Like what kind of developments are gonna happen.
Yep.
You might have a dragon that becomes attached to you.
Maybe one of these days Remy will be ready to accept the love that one of these many men wants to give him. But
many men? What other men are trying to romance Remy so far?
Kimeth was married to him.
Oh, well, that's more of an in your head situation.
Look, it happened.
Okay.
Don't take this away from me.
All right, it's your headcanon. I'll allow it.
Remy, the attractive blue boy.
Best life.
The bluest boy.
It's funny because like when I was making Remy, I was like, Remy has like no stake in like romantic or sexual like relationships. Like he is just that's not on his radar at all. So like of course.
And then Day is just like choo choo.
Like actually.
I mean, Savage has always been a playboy in my lore, like back when he was mortal. Remy just happens to be the prettiest boy in the campaign.
I'm a raggedy bitch.
Prettiest. Yeah.
No, but you're definitely scruffier than Remy, who's full of flowers and
oh yeah.
And Savage is just, as you said, he's nearing the end of his known lifespan, and he's like, I gotta do something about all these emotions I've never gotten to express.
Aww.
He's like, Remy, let me smash.
So like out of character, was he like genuinely interested? It seemed like he was, like, not just he was like romantically involved in this shit.
I mean, like for him, it started off as just like harmless flirting, and he slowly started to realize like,
Oh shit.
oh god, I'm gonna die real soon, and I've never ever had any sort of like
Oh.
real connection with another person.
Oh.
That's why like Remy's
And,
so sad
and
about
Remy's
it.
like
It's
super
like
pure, so this could actually be really good for me.
that Remy like has
Oh.
caught on to that, which is in the talk, which is why now he feels so bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's like it's superficial, right? Like it's not like he's actually in love with Remy because
Yeah,
he
yeah.
doesn't know him like
If
that.
I write this fanfic, he bloody well will be.
Oh my goodness.
Don't take this away from me, Dea.
The fan fiction where 40,000
I mean,
years later they
he's
reach
definitely
Mhm.
like in your fanfic. If they start like going out on dates and stuff, you could definitely develop a love for Remy. He's just
Have
at
you
the
never heard
moment
of love at first sight?
totally.
True.
Look at Remy's beautiful blue boyness.
But that's
Yeah, going
loving
deep
somebody
blue.
at first sight, not being in love with them at first sight. There's a slight difference there.
He's dying. Everything's got to be sped up.
But all right.
No, he leaves and then he like transcends and then he's like, I've been waiting 40,000 years for you. And then it's just.
No, stop
Oh,
pulling
God.
me in. I'm gonna be really invested in this. Quickly, DM. Back to Nori.
yes.
Back to the soul, back to the soul ripping.
As
From
no
one
more
soul
heart
ripping to
ripping,
another.
soul ripping only.
the Valkyries finishes off the spell, and it's like almost half a book worth of pages at this point. That he's written up, and he looks over it one last time, takes him maybe about 30 minutes to read the entire thing. And he looks over at you, Nori, and says, "All right, I guess we're about ready to go. I have a few things to actually set up, spell components wise. Did you want anybody else here for moral support, or do you just want to get this done?"
Let's just get it done.
Okay.
You can be my moral support. We'll morally support one another.
All right. Then
I'll morally support you as you rip out a part of my soul.
it's okay. That part of your soul wasn't meant to be there to begin with.
I agree.
So he uses a piece of chalk and draws a large arcane circle in the center of his lab. There's just glyphs set out all throughout it, except on two opposing sides, there's smaller circles built into the lines of it. And he goes and steps into one of the smaller circles himself and sort of motions for you to stand opposite him. And he pulls out the book and starts reading off the spell as he's doing it. It takes him about 10 minutes, and he's making arcane gestures with his other hand as he speaks. Yes, jazz hands. And after about 10 minutes, you feel this pulsing energy come from the circle itself, and a ring appears around you in this chalk circle directly around you specifically. You can see almost a translucent light blue barrier basically center you in this cylinder inside this circle, preventing you from leaving it. You could just barely hear Valkyrie's.
My boy! He's here.
Zavich breaks in.
Yeah,
No.
he's the boy on everyone's mind.
Valkyrie's voice starts to sound very muffled and sort of like far away, almost like it's like underwater, like it's coming through very garbled. Not that you could understand what he's saying, since it's all in arcane language anyways. And you feel yourself begin to rise up off the ground in this circle. The gravity's still sort of pulling at you, but another force is pulling you up from no distinct location on your body. And after a brief amount of time of floating there sort of suspended, wondering what's going to happen, a line of purplish electricity jumps out from where Valkyrie's is standing and into your chest and just
hello?
continuously hits you there. And it is very unpleasant. It's
Okay.
like having pins and needles throughout your entire body.
Ooh,
Like extreme pins and needles, like you slept on your arm real bad.
like I slept on my entire body. Real
Yeah,
bad.
exactly. Yeah.
Oh
Throughout,
man, my whole entire body's asleep.
and it's not just like on a surface level either. Like you can feel it inside your stomach, you can feel it in your
Oh,
head. And you slowly begin to see something coming out of you as it travels along this line of purple electricity that's going into you. And it seems to be yourself coming out, but not the you that you look as now, but your original form.
Hmm.
It's a ghostly, translucent image of your previous body comes out from you, and it seems to be covered in this black looking like ivy that travels not just on top of it but through it in many places. And you can just barely make out Valkyrie's in his own circle. He's put the book down on his side and he makes a gesture before reaching along this line of electricity and just tugging on it. And the pain you feel from this pull is indescribable compared to anything else you've ever felt. It is very much a 10 on the pain scale, to the point where you think you might pass out. And it feels like something is being taken out from inside you and pulled out through your skin without any other opening there.
Oh no. Okay.
Something's just bursting forth from you. But as soon as you feel the pain, you can see that like blackish ivy connected to your ghostly form is pulled straight off down this line of purple energy, which quickly retreats with the black ivy, and your ghostly form shoots back into, and all pain, all pins and needles stops immediately. It's the briefest second of the worst thing you've ever felt in your life, but it's all over in an instant. You are, however, covered in cold sweat and can't shake this like shivering feeling of something deep-seatedly wrong having just happened.
Okay.
Meanwhile, through the other side of this portal, you can hear Valkyrie's screaming.
I'm sure I was doing the same thing.
Well, for him, it's not instantaneous. You can
Oh,
hear it over
no.
the course of a few minutes of this scream getting progressively more and more
Guess
high pitched.
I'm panicking the fuck out in my
Yeah.
circle as he's screaming. Can I see him still?
You can
or-
make out his form, and you can see that black ivy is crawling all over him and trying to force its way in through his skin.
Ooh.
And after his screams of pain hit a pitch that almost becomes inaudible to your range, until he grabs the ivy off of himself and casts it up, casting another purple lightning bolt at it, this one going right through it and obliterating it in the center of the circle. As you both descend back down onto your feet, no longer hovering in the air.
I'm not on my feet. I'm like collapsed on the ground, my dude. Like
he's on his feet, but he's got his hands on his knees as he's like practically pitched over, breathing heavily.
Yeah, shit.
And the blue barriers dissipate, and you can feel the power in the circle dissipate as well. And he just sort of stands there for a moment before looking up at you and just
I'll weakly give him a thumbs up too. Am I still blue?
yeah, you're still you.
Okay.
As you know yourself now. It was just your ghostly form that was
Okay.
your old self.
Hmm.
And he after a few moments of heaving, he just lowers himself onto the floor and just lays down on his back. You can see he's just still breathing heavily.
Yeah, I'm gonna go crawl over and lay down next to him. That did not feel good, but it seems like it did not feel good much more for you. And I'll just like bop him on the chest and try to use the healing light that I have.
Okay.
And I'll just pump it into him. Why not?
He
It's like
gives
2d6.
you like a blind pat, clearly like aimed for like your shoulder or something, but just like on the side
Touches
of your
my
face.
boob. How
Oops.
awkward.
No.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
It's almost like a slap in the face, but it's clearly meant to be like a pat of like thanks. But he's just so out of it. He's just like, I think I got part of that spell wrong because it was not supposed to cling to me like that.
Oh.
Ugh.
I mean, it
It
looked like
was
everything
supposed to
you were
just
doing was
explode.
right. Mm.
Yeah, everything else went right.
Are you okay?
I'm gonna need a nap.
Yeah, but you're not like, there's nothing. I'm like, will actually kind of lift up and I'm like, I'm checking him for Ivy. I'm actually trying to physically roll him over.
He gives no resistance, and he weighs
Yeah.
maybe 90 pounds.
We're just smearing all of like the
not
chalk
a-
circle. We're smearing all of the chalk circle now as
That's fine.
I'm like
Job's done.
rolling this almost about to be a god individual around on the floor to check them.
Hey, do that CPR thing.
Yeah.
You roll, like, he gives you no resistance. He doesn't even question it. He just flops on over on his side.
Yeah, I'm just checking. It's purely to check and make sure that there's no.
As far as you can tell,
Ivy or anything.
there's nothing still clinging to him that shouldn't be there apart from chalk dust.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been able to get into me, like, no matter how hard it tried. It just hurt like a sumbitch. And it was trying to get into my soul, but there's no space for it in there.
There's. I guess
How are you
speaking
doing?
of souls and spaces, how does my soul feel? Question.
You feel kind of hollow. You know that feeling when you have like a little bit of like depression going on? There's just like there's a
Mhm.
hole that needs filling.
Yep.
There's a little bit of that, but it's not this melancholic feeling. It just literally feels like there's something missing.
Yeah.
You doing okay? Nothing horrific on your end at the moment?
Not physically. I don't feel so
Good start.
great though.
Yeah, it'll take a little bit of time for things to fill in the spaces, but I suggest spending a lot of time with your party. Just enjoy your
Dr.
freedom.
Valkyrie's always prescribing quality time.
He's
Alcohol.
like, just go have fun.
Oh, he like slowly starts to get up from where you've rolled him over, and he's like stretching, trying his best to get whatever aches and pains out of his body he can before getting back up onto his feet. All right, I think it's nap time, personally.
Mhm.
I would speak to Shanove when you get back.
Okay, I was like, can't do it now. She's entombed for 40,000 years.
But given your power vacuum, there might be a little bit more she can give you.
Mm.
Apart from that, yeah, sleepy time. Good night.
Thank you.
He shuffles out of the lab, very clearly unsteady on his feet.
Yeah, I will follow suit, I guess, since we're not chilling in the lab.
He's
No
done
napping
with,
in the lab.
No napping
Nope.
in the lab. Just lay down in a circle.
That is actually a rule. No napping in the lab because dangerous things are
Dangerous
constantly
things
happening
can
in there.
happen if you nap in the.
Yeah,
I feel like Nori's
Zavich was
constantly
napping.
like kind of. She's not noticing it, but she's like keeps pressing her hand to like her chest, right? Like
Hmm.
where that like hole feels.
Yeah.
It's just
Physically, there's nothing there as
yeah,
to press, and
but it's like
feels a little bit different now that you've seen your soul self. It's like
yeah,
for the briefest moment, you felt a little bit more. What's the word I'm looking for? Actualized. Like you
yeah. I feel
understood
like
your own thoughts and
partially
wants.
there's a feeling of what's the word? Disappointment. Cause like when she gave him a thumbs up and then like looked at herself, like she was for some reason like seeing her soul out of her body and seeing herself, like there was almost this like a moment of like hope that maybe
Mm-hmm.
right that it wouldn't
back
just
to
be
her.
internal, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think there's like a combination of like soul hole plus like disappointment from that. Because it was like a part of her thought that maybe, right, like maybe doing this as well, that there was like a possibility or a chance that maybe it would change things. Like if it changed her, then maybe it would have also changed.
Brought her back.
Yeah. So I think she's sad.
Wasn't
She's
designed for that,
overwhelmed.
unfortunately.
Yeah, and I think there was this like part of Nori that really thought that like maybe
Mm-hmm.
it would. And so seeing that she hasn't changed, she's very Valkyrie's told her to go like hang out with her friends, but like she just quietly goes back to like her room and curls up in a ball and cries.
Aww. Sad.
Poor Nori.
Yeah. Yo, feeling incomplete in your soul, along with having like basically the last ditch hope, effort, possibility of like rewriting shit from the
Mhm.
past and it not working is hard.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Also, physical pain is emotionally exhausting. So
Yes.
everything on top of each other.
Yep. Yeah, Valkyrie's that's the whole reason why Valkyrie's is like, I'm finally gonna sleep after days of not sleeping.
Yep.
That was my
It's-
breaking point. I'm going to bed.
Yeah, all I need is to rip out the weeds from this person's soul.
Didn't even pick up on that because she said he didn't sleep.
I did it. I helped him. This is the cure for insomnia.
But yeah, with that, Nori is now a level 5 warlock. She loses all her sorcerer levels.
What were you before? Level 4 warlock?
One warlock, 4 sorcerer.
Holy shit.
I did a big ol' swabberoonie.
Big oopsie doop.
That's about to be a big change. Holy.
No more twinning spells, fam.
She's no longer a big boom mage.
Yeah.
She's a kind of healy, kind of sustainable damage mage.
Yeah. I do get more
be
healing
interesting.
spells though because of this, because I'm a celestial warlock, so
Celestial Warlock is
damn.
like really fun, and
yeah.
don't let Guiding Bolt fucks people up.
Yeah, that guiding bolt.
Guiding bolt fucks.
Yeah.
does.
Guiding Bolt absolutely bugs.
So does Zavich. Well,
And then it's nice
No,
too because
not
later
that.
on,
it doesn't.
Savage is trying real hard to fuck, but
I'm gonna have so much fun with this because
yeah, Becky's like my
Savage's face is different for every person looking at it. It shows the person you most desire something from. Well, Remy, I'm using that.
Hell yeah, dude, I love this. Becky, please
have
share
no-
this when you're
I
done.
have
Oh my
no-
god, I love.
She's like literally writing fan fiction.
No
I'm
way.
living my
I'm
best
writing the bare
life.
bones of the idea of the first bit.
Oh
love it.
no.
I'm living my best life with this, please. I need this.
I mean,
When you
Incredible.
finish writing
technically
it,
though, that's
please.
God Zavich whose face changes. It's not
True.
Zavich right now. Zavich right now.
But
is
if we're
very-
if
mortal.
we're gonna go through the experience of Zavich having waited 40,000 years for Remy, it works.
Oh my god.
It do
Look.
work.
All I've got is the idea of the first date if Remy accepts it, and there's a.
Oh, they go on a date. I love
Fair
it.
enough.
I love it. I just imagine T Savage, like you're saying, he has like long, like black flowy hair.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah.
I'm just imagining what's his name now. Ah, hang on.
He's sort of a Aizawa, but without the scruff. In terms of his like
I was
hair.
just imagining him as like Tom Hiddleston Loki,
Yes.
pretty much.
Closer.
Ugh.
Yeah.
I'm all about it.
I love it.
Write me that Tom Hiddleston Remy fan fiction.
I knew it's funny because when I was like, oh wait, I forgot to ask him, I knew in my head, I was like, if I make Remy run after him, it's gonna look so dramatic and
Yeah.
so the wrong way. So like I had to do it.
So
That was
good,
great,
yes.
but you know what made that even better was fucking Daya's face afterwards. He was just distraught. He was like, huh? Xylee? Oh, okay.
Dude, Savage's
Oh.
character, like when you just first had him
I love
talking,
it.
and then that part, because you're like sitting there, and what was it? You said something, and you're like something like more like having them rebuffed or like something like that. I just
Yeah.
loved like the
I
way,
know,
right?
like
So
that.
like the way you spoke, and then
that
his
it's-
just like.
It's funny because like that conversation like
Oh, God.
changed my perspective out of character of Savage, but also Remy's perspective.
It changed two perspectives, and both of them are mine.
Yeah.
Well, because it
Yeah.
was different, right? Because Xylee was like, oh, he just wants to like fuck you. And
Yeah.
then like here's
Mhm.
Savage in front of him, like being like really blushy and awkward. And is like, wait a second. This is like
This is
So-
not the behavior of a fuck boy.
It
and
is.
also like Remy
but-
doesn't know any better.
Yeah.
He felt Remy felt like sympathy for him because like he like the whole like, oh, I'm on limited time and like you're like a cool person, like there is a like that, just he was just like, oh no.
Yeah, he's
He-
so
he
yes, like
sympathizes for him.
he's a big fuckboy and a player, but in this instance, it's the only time that he's like being perfectly honest with somebody about
Hmm.
his intentions
It's fuckery.
and like actually laying out his emotions on the table and like his feelings.
I just want to be loved.
I just want to feel it once before.
I'm looking in the out of character chat and I fucking love Bran. Previous body? Oh, so
Mhm. Fucking excuse me? Oh.
Oh man.
Man.
When
That
you
was
said,
a
am I
really
still
fun
blue? I was
session.
like, fucking what now? What do you mean, what?
Yeah. I know, I was also just like, huh?
Hey.
I'm excited. There's so much, like, for everyone's backstory that we just don't know yet.
Mhm.
Oh. Like, because we
Lady
found
doesn't
out
want love.
we found out a bit about Remy's with the whole, I think it was the whole mother thing, right? A while
Yes.
back.
Yep.
And then with Nori, we're finally starting to get something.
A
With
little
me,
bit,
it kind
yeah.
of
I'm
comes in
just a
like
ball of
dribs and
misery.
drabs.
Did Remy tell you guys that he
International
went
ball
to
of
see his
mystery.
mother's?
You told,
Grave?
you either told all of us or you told Nori.
I think it was
don't
just
remember.
I don't remember. I don't even
I
remember
know.
being told
I know
that.
he said
What?
he went to like go do something, and then he went to.
Yeah, I know he went to go do something, but I don't know if he ever.
You
I can't remember.
you mentioned at some point that your mother had died, and
Yeah. I might have.
Something about
It's
it,
not like-
definitely.
It's not like Remy is like particularly secretive of his backstory. It's just it's never really popped up. Like it's never really been.
What
Yeah,
I think it
there
was.
hasn't been a reason to bring it up.
You might not have told
Nori
anybody,
does-
actually. It might have been...
Yeah, I don't think.
I think it was you, like, reflecting on it. Like, you and Dea going back and forth for something. But it was definitely in the
It might have
campaign.
been. Yeah, because when we first got to that town,
The
Alcarath?
town with the snow.
yes,
Yeah.
that Remy, you guys had gone to get the reindeer, and Remy went and visited his mother's grave, but he didn't explicitly say that.
Aww.
That was the whole like back and forth between Dea. It was like him
Mhm.
going like visit her grave and like clean it up and put fresh flowers and like talk a little bit to her, and then he went back.
Oh, that's cute.
I don't know if he's ever actually told you guys like that
No,
she
not-
said or like what happened to her.
I think it was a totally different time to that. I don't remember that at all. But
He might have reflected about it because he often reflects about
yeah.
he would often reflect about his mom.
Could have been something to do with death at some point, but I don't remember off the top of my head what.
Oh,
Yes, it was
right,
after the
no.
boat.
He asked Nori that when they were having their thing, that if she ever talked to Shinova again,
Yes.
if
There we go. Yes.
if
Ask about your mom.
if his mom had ever made it,
Mhm.
Yes, made it through.
like, yeah,
That was it.
Well, I got Shinova on speed dial, so I'm sure it'll happen at some point.
Yeah.
I definitely, because I need to maybe have a little chit chat with her when I get back
Or
and go,
there
hey,
anyway.
Mama Shinova got like a hole in my soul. I need a band-aid and a kiss to make it better.
No, you heard Bunker. You just need some. We just all need a bar hopping night.
Pretty fucking much. But yeah,
We just need a beach
A
episode.
You
little
all
bit
just
of, little
need
bit of
happy-
soul reparations.
Yeah, Jesus.
when
Nothing soothes the soul as in finger food bar. Get some
There's a reason why it's
nachos.
called soul food.
Yeah.
also
Not all
Dea,
bar food's called soul food.
No,
but
no. But I mean, why
yeah.
why not have a fried chicken sandwich between two Krispy Kreme donuts?
Oh.
Best soul food.
No, I want chicken and waffles with maple syrup.
That works
All
too.
of that sounds delicious.
I'm
Dave.
gonna try
That said,
everything you've
I've
just
got-
mentioned.
Let Bran go first.
No, I was just gonna ask a quick question. Out of character, the vision that I saw that with the dude in the robe.
Yeah.
Did I put him in my backstory, or is it just someone I don't
I
know
don't
yet?
think so.
Okay.
I don't think you. Yeah, I don't think it's anybody.
I was
in your
expecting it to
connections.
be someone that I put in, but fucking I have no fucking idea who this even is. I don't even know my own backstory at this point.
No, you don't.
I
That's the idea.
I genuinely don't. Like, I know the very fucking basics of it, but I know nothing else. I love it though.
I was happy that you grabbed a little bit from mine and were like sprinkling it in there for that. I appreciate it.
Wait, what?
Huh?
I said I appreciate that you, Dea, grabbed a little bit from my backstory and sprinkled it on in there.
When?
The soul thing, like.
Oh,
that's all it's
yes.
talking about.
yes.
We got there.
Oh,
Dea's like, what?
that is cool
What
as
did I
fuck
do?
though.
Yeah.
I want to know
On
more
that
about
note,
that
it's
right
now
now.
midnight.
It is. I'm gonna end the recording.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
Bye.
Goodbye.
that was a long
Bye.
session too. 4 hours
It
and
was.
20 minutes.
Yeah.
It's gonna take a fucking hot minute to upload, but I'll
Yeah.
try to get it done tonight.
Well, yeah, we went a little bit over time, but we also started late, and I also lost power for far more than just 10 minutes. So.
Also worth it. So
Yeah.
it's
Like
fine.
Yeah, it was a fun session.
Yeah.
We got
I wanted to
RP
get
heavy sessions are the best.
I wanted to get all of that done before next session, because next session we're probably jumping a bit more into combat.
Yes. Finally get to
Oh.
attack the gods.
Finally gets the gods finally get to die.
Alright, I'm gonna end the
Jesus.
recording though, so
Yeah.
And I'm gonna hop
Next
out
week.
because I
Bye,
need to make
everybody.
supper before lore bus in